Many people feel that they don't owe anyone anything and they can do as they wish, right? And ultimately that has repercussions, that has effect on their surrounding. And that is actually bringing us to why we are having this discussion.
No, but I think in my short life, I have learned that I meet different people.
Yes.
And different people are brought up differently.
Yes.
Something they consider as a value, I may not consider as a value. But that does not mean I don't tolerate them and still work with them, all right? Because it does not necessarily have to be within the family. It does not necessarily have to be my husband. And by the way, I'm one of the advocates against gender-based violence, yeah? And if I hear about it, my friend, you'll have problems. So any woman staying in a relationship that is abusive should actually walk out, all right? And now you assess a mediation.
And let's make it clear that gender-based violence is not just physical violence. It's also emotional, it's also key.
Yes. And the emotional actually is the worst. Yeah. At times they even say, after you get me chapa. It's better you even slapped me instead of putting me through this. But what I'm saying is this, that in the normal course of life, God will bring very many different people in your path. You don't know why God is bringing them in your life, all right? So the one basic thing you have to ask yourself is, why is this person in my space? They have been brought there for a reason. So you identify, maybe there is a weakness you have that they are to strengthen, but they also have their own weaknesses. So that's why I was talking about that element of tolerance. But at the same time, you cannot be together if you're the same. You have to be different. For you to actually be together, you have to be different. That is why even in an army, when you're going out to war, there'll be somebody who has this skill, somebody has got this skill, somebody has this skill. And this person who has got the best skill has got another weakness that you just put up with, because you need that skill that they have. So at the end of the day, we have to bring everybody into the space that they're supposed to be and support them. Because most of the young people and even the older people who are now committing suicide is maybe because I tried to fit into this space, I was rejected. I tried to fit into this one, I was rejected. Because there's a certain level of conditions that have been put within that space that if I try to fit in, I can't, all right? And that is why the element of family being family is very important. No matter who you are, no matter your weakness. Let me tell you, when you bring family members together, there'll be drama. There must be drama. Because of things that have been pushed under the carpet, because of issues, people who are not talking, people who don't greet each other. But at the end of the day, when one of them has a problem and they rally behind that person, that support system will save that person. But if those people don't come together, then you'll have a death, or you'll have another mental issue, or you have another mental problem. At the moment, we're told that out of every 4 people, yeah, 2 of them have. They're not saying 2 people, 1 has a problem, they're saying 4. Out of every 4 people, 2 of them have got a mental problem that they're dealing with. Why? Because there's no, at times even talk, this small thing that Wazungu's brought over hugging. We do that a lot with our children, and it changes their lives, that closeness. Now, why is it that now when you're grown up, people don't want to hug you? And when you are growing up, it was the norm, yeah? Because it is just a sign that I have your back, and I'm there for you. So at the end of the day, we still have to go back and have this difficult conversation that how do we bring family members together and ensure that anybody who has a problem or people who have differences, can that healing be done? Can that reconciliation start taking place? So that at the end of the day, those who are coming, yeah, and I know Georgina will have many children. So those children that she will have, what sort of space are they going to get? When they go to visit her aunties, the same aunties, what sort of support will they get? For me when I was growing up, the person I could talk to the easiest was my aunt. There's some things I couldn't tell my mom. Mama yangu alikuwa ni major wa army, you could not tell her some things. But I would talk easily to my aunts. And that was the sort of fabric that is supposed to be there. And remember that even within that fabric, there are those strands that are very small and very weak. But what strengthens them are the other stronger and bigger fabrics. So when you look at the whole thing, it looks very beautiful. You'd think that it is a design, but because it is God's design, there are those who are small and weak, but there are those who are big and strong, but they support each other. The only way that fabric will hold in case of a problem is when we are holding each other. With your burden and with your issues, with your big mouth, and those who have small mouths, all right? Those who can talk, those who cannot talk, all of us grow together within that family.
Great. I've talked about the problem, the process of resolving it. We are at a place where there's a mess. Georgina has stood up in a funeral and talked and spilled the beans. And everyone is not looking at her with a good eye in the family. How do we now mend fences? How do we come together and start having this conversation? Because I'm sure there are aunties who are still looking at her and saying, "Uyu, mtoto huyu." I mean, how would we start the healing conversation?
The healing conversation will start from where did the rain start beating them? You have to go back to the source of the problem. Yeah? For it to come out at that level, there's some other underlying issue that needs to be identified. All right? And because Georgina has already come out and spoken about it, now God has given her the responsibility of also getting a solution to it. Yeah? So she has to go, because for her to speak, there are times when somebody can speak and then people take it that, oh, it is rude, it is what. No. At times it is because she wants things to be better. She wants things to improve. But she's not seeing anybody coming up and improving it. And that is why now it had to come out.
And others will start cursing you at the very end. They will tell you, utasafa sana hapa mbele. Hata tutakusaidia.
But now, even I'm sure when you ask Georgina, among the other relatives, there are those people she can still talk to. Those are the avenues that can create that reconciliation that is now imminent. And I am hoping that in the next few weeks or months, Georgina will come back and say, now we have reconciled. If possible, let the aunt also be a guest and let them talk that, okay, Georgina did this, I also did this, and we agreed. Yeah? Yeah. So at the end of it, it is Georgina has taken up the responsibility. Look for that aunt or uncle who you can still talk to, bring them together and let them get to the bottom of the problem and resolve it. But at the end of the day, you have come up as somebody who can speak on behalf of others. So that responsibility also comes, that authority also comes with some responsibility. So you have to ensure that now you take it to the end. You can't stop here now. You have to take it to the end.
Have you started taking it to the next level? You have said that you've actually started talking to your cousins. But of course now there are people, as I said, who still hold power in that family. Have we started that conversation in terms of ensuring now that we can actually sit down and say after 40 days, after 30 days, after 50 days, or even after 1 year, so that then we can actually start having this conversation?
I was talking to my cousins before just to correct you. But after the whole situation happened, I actually had a conversation with an aunt of mine, and I actually apologized as to how the whole thing happened, and probably they felt that it was not a good platform to address the issue. But for me personally, I will speak for myself. I think I have had my own life experiences. I have made decisions for myself that has made me reach where I am today. And because I also believe in God and I have faith in Jesus Christ, what I can say is that sometimes not everything has to be mended, it is okay. I am not saying that at the end of the day I am having a fight with anyone. Yes. But we can coexist peacefully, I'm sure there are people who this is not going to sit well with them, and I can never change that. I can never make a difference for them, but we can coexist peacefully. Now it is my responsibility, as I'm continuing to live my life, if I ever get married and have children, to make it better than how I have experienced it. But si lazima it's okay. We can meet, we can say hi, but I am aware that hizi vitu saa zingine you can't reconcile to a certain level, and it's okay.
Is that at times some of the atrocities that have actually been meted to family members, or let's say your mother, your father, or even your siblings, is beyond, and even just expecting that you will sit down immediately and have a conversation is a bit difficult.
Yes.
I'm happy what Georgina has said, and by the way, congratulations that she talked to one of the aunts and she apologized. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And for me, that actually has changed the whole thing. Yeah, that probably some people told her that, what you did you sort of went a bit overboard.
No one
and
told me.
she found the wisdom in
No one
herself.
told me.
No.
So you just apologized out of the blue.
Because I am aware of what I am doing. I am an adult. When I say something, I understand what I am doing. I understand that I could say something, but that could not sit well with you. You know, but at the end of the day, I have said my piece, and I am sorry if it has offended you. And it is
that was not the intention.
So that was the apology.
Yes, that was the apology, but not
it has not sat well with you.
Yes, that it has not sat well with you, and I understand, and it is okay, but not apologizing for anything that I have said, you know. So the way I have said, si lazima these bridges zitengenezwe, you know, it's okay. Like, as you progress through life, you make other connections apart from family. Si lazima ukue you are born with them. You don't have to be blood related. So for me, hivyo tu ndo naweza sema, it does not have to be blood related, and it's okay. We don't have to mend everything. Ni sawa tu.
But of course, it's a process. It's a process in terms of you will be watching and getting to see how some of the family members are behaving, and if you feel that whatever you said actually touched some hearts and people are changing, then it is a good place to actually start having a conversation.
And if it does not also reach that level, here it's okay. Like, I don't understand why people like to build a mountain out of a molehill. Ni sawa. Like, nowadays, life happens and we continue. Mimi, when I die, mine is over. You know, the same way my mom passed, Mimi, I did not know that my mom anaweza enda, and you realize that, kumbe these things happen in life, and we don't have to complicate life like that. Let's all just share love, be there for each other when we can, and ni hivyo tu. Like, let's not make it such a big deal. Whoever wants to be in your life, they will be in your life, they will support you, they will show you love. Whoever feels that you are a burden or you bring too much, ni sawa pia. Like, they can also just find their own people to create a beautiful relationship with, and I don't think it's that complicated. We make it complicated. Let's just be honest and truthful with each other, and take people in your life that are for you and are in your team.
Grace, yes. You are torn in between. No. You want to support. You are saying this has to happen.
She has spoken her piece, and like, at times you're asked that, are you able to make the same decision again?
Again, yes.
Yeah, if things change, all right? Now, if you ask some of us if there are some decisions we made 30 years ago, we would tell you we'd make them differently, yeah? Based on the experiences we've had, and based on the fact that that one person you thought you don't need, you ended up needing them, right? You ended up needing them. Not knowing why God would take you around a circle, and where you feel, now I don't need you, I have other people, I can continue. And then God puts you in that position where that is the only person who can help you at that time, all right? So from where I'm sitting, I still believe, yeah, with all my heart, that reconciliation and forgiveness is the way that we can heal the broken families. And it is through reconciliation also and forgiveness that we can bring those hot family feuds to the warm. So that, like Georgina is saying, I can greet you, you know, I can share love. But for you to get to the point where you are sharing love, yeah, you must get to a point where I can actually greet you. But some are so hot, you can't even greet somebody. So what I'm saying is, through those of us, excuse me, who God has put in those situations or positions, where we can identify that healing is needed here. Who can I bring together so that we ensure that healing is done through reconciliation, all right? And also, like she said, we share a bit of love, because when everything is done from the position of love, there can be no conflict. So if you put love in it, there will be no conflict whatsoever. Because what I will do to you what I expect you to do to me. So if I'm going to do something that I don't want you to do to me, I will not do it. So for me, I still maintain that for us to move on peacefully, we have to identify what caused this conflict, and if we don't want to go that deep, all right, then let's do it as Christians. Because when I got born again, I had to, I confessed that everything now is gone. We are starting a new life, all right? And let us agree that let us forget the past. And from this point on, Let us now move on, knowing that either we are friends, because also friends wanakosana. Friends also get into conflicts. Either we are friends,
the beauty of
or
friends
we are
is that you
family.
can cancel them.
Yeah.
On your life totally. Relatives in time.
From
Yeah.
experience,
Yeah.
you will find that friend who is sitting on that panel and you have gone for the interview yourself.
Unasema what?
Yes. So life has a way of coming round. Like I told you, that person you feel you don't need, you will end up realizing that is the person who can help you at that time. You are in a very tight spot. And for some of us who have been around for about 50 years, God has taken us around in such a way that when I meet you, I want to make sure that namalizana na wewe vizuri. When I meet you again, we are cordial, we are talking. Even where I know I would have shouted and ranted and did everything, I will do that. Then I look for you later and tell you, my friend, that time I was angry. Please forgive
We
me.
seem to put a lot of premium on unforeseen help. We keep saying that I want to be nice to Simon. Hata kama amenikosea, because hapo mbeleni anaweza nisaidia. Ama siwezi jua nahitaji usaidizi kwa mtu gani. Why can't we just look at the present and say that let us live harmoniously. Usinifanyie mabaya. Don't do bad things to any of my siblings. So that then we live peacefully. So that in future, and Grace, my experience is that those that you actually expect to help you, usually in many times, don't actually help you.
What I was trying to say is that any person you meet, whether it is a relative or not a relative, when you are parting ways, just part ways in a good way. Yeah, it does not matter whether it is a brother, a sister, a stranger. You've met, maybe there was some sort of friction. What I'm saying is, like the Bible says, do not let the sun go down on your anger. Yeah? If at all we have disagreed, let us part ways. Like Georgina said, si lazima. Yeah? But si lazima how? When we are parting ways, let us do it in a way that kama kulikuwa na issue we have resolved, and then now you can go your way. We don't need to be in each other's lives. Yeah, but we have parted ways in a way that when we meet again, I can still greet you. All right? But what I'm saying is, do not leave when everything is hot between you. Even you where you are, the way God has created us, you will not be peaceful. You will keep remembering what you said, the hurtful things you mentioned. It is human nature, you'll remember. What I'm saying is, it does not matter whom you meet. If you part ways in a harmonious way. Yeah.
There's a big challenge to church leaders, elders in our society, mediators, and anyone who is supposed to be fostering peace and harmonious coexistence in the society. This is a big challenge, and it's time people actually came out. Those that are actually bestowed with these responsibilities came out and actually started dealing with these issues.
Yes, I think the responsibility is with every individual, not necessarily just bishops and pastors, and it is my responsibility
But
as...
because of their status in the society, of course, people tend to listen to them.
Yes, but just because someone has a bit of status in the society does not mean they know what they are talking about, no offense.
Yes.
But the responsibility lies with me, it lies with every individual in the family, and just to build on what she has said and what you have said, let's not live our lives with the mentality ati utanitaka siku moja nitakusaidia. Just you see, this is the complication I am talking about. Don't live your life eti unafikiria utanisaidia in the future. Like, just be there in the now, in the present, do what you can. Saizi, those bishops and pastors and whoever is responsible for creating this support system, just do it now, and don't wait and tell somebody you will need me in the future to do 1, 2, 3 for you. Maybe I'm living my life. I'm not saying that I do not need people. I need people. No man is an island. But the way I am living my life, I am living my life in such a way that I am able to take care of myself, take care of people that matter and people that are around me, and my family and my husband and children if I ever have. Not that I have made an interaction with you, but umenikosea to an extent that I am not very happy with you, but wacha tu niwache because I might need you in the future. For me, this is not how I am striving to live my life and move forward.
I will just sample some of the comments. Yesterday when I put out this poster, there was an overwhelming response from, of course, those that actually have my contacts, right? And one person told me in the message, he said, I can never forget my stepmom. Just after my father died, she took me to a police station, a local police station, and I was arrested simply because I wanted to start a small business besides one of her business premise. To date, I have never forgiven her, and I will never forgive her. There's another one who told me, I have seen my parents shamed, mistreated, and all sorts of bad things done to them simply because they are poor. I can never forget that. Hata nikienda Kabrini. There's another one who told me that my friend Mercy from Busia, she told me, Simon, family issues, watu ni wabaya. You'd rather even have friends, because some of the things they do to us, you look at it and you say, apana. Na akaniambia, they are lucky that I've now aged. I'm at a place where I look at things differently. That response alone tells you that there's quite a lot that is happening in these units that are actually supposed to be our support system, are supposed to be where we draw, comfort, where they're supposed to be the first shade when the sun is too hot for us. There's a lot of turmoil in these units.
I think I'll go back to what Georgina said earlier, that for some, si lazima. Yeah, si lazima, because, but what I would then advise those who are carrying that burden, that one, it is wearing you down, and two, you are carrying on a responsibility that if you were to drop it, you'd have a more peaceful life. All right? At times it is just you let go and you let God. Just let go. Yeah, because even as I'm speaking on behalf of parents here, it doesn't mean I've also not gone through some things. I have. All right? And some of them were quite painful. But I realized that as I'm holding on to them, yeah, that person is still having that power over me. So I decided, no, let me now be the bigger person. And I forgive them for what they did, because at that time, they felt that that is what they can do. Maybe with the knowledge they had, the experience, they felt the best thing they could do, even for those comments you are getting, was maybe take that child to the police station, maybe for them to have peace, or for them to inherit everything from their husband. I don't know. But at that time, that is what they knew how to do, and that is what they did. But at the end of the day, why is it defining now how I move forward? I don't allow that to define who I am. I become better, and I become bigger. And then now what I pray to God is that I also do not do the same to somebody. Because those who also have gone through the experience, they end up doing the same to other people. Just like an example, and this is an example. If my father was polygamous, and he really mistreated the first wife, maybe I am a child to the third wife, really mistreated the first wife. For me, as I grow up, I will see the power that my father had. Then I will also become polygamous, and then I will find it very normal to mistreat the first wife, because that is what I saw, and my mother never spoke against it. Because for her, she was enjoying the fact that maybe she's the third one, and the last one, and the youngest. But the experiences from... Of course. So those who are in the first house will live with that bitterness. And for some of them, they may never be polygamous. And some of the ladies born in that house may never get married. Because they will feel that if this is the way it is, then if God gives me children, let me take care of them on my own. But let me not bring up money to the equation, and then I go through what my mother went through. All right? So some of us carry those experiences and those pains. But what I'm saying is, how do I live above that pain and ensure that I still fulfill my destiny? I still touch the lives I'm supposed to touch. I still change the lives I'm supposed to change by not repeating the mistreatment that somebody else went through, by being better and being bigger. So at the end of the day, you may not want to face the problem, but for you to heal, you may either have to let go, all right, or you may have to actually have a sit down and say, no, this one was too painful. This one I have to talk about. Yeah, and that is why, and we also have dramas in our funerals. Like I said, I'm from the biggest polygamous family. We have a lot of drama, right, on mic and off mic. Yeah, we have a lot of drama. But at the end of the day, yeah, if somebody mistreated me, how do I get out of it? How do I get above it? All right, so that I move on with my life and my life gets better. So we can talk about the pain. I can talk about not forgiving that person, but at the end of the day, I'm holding it in me, and it is affecting me, and it is causing me to hate. I have friends who hate their stepmothers. They just hate them. In fact, when they meet you and then you introduce yourself that I'm wife number 2, they just now start hating you, because they assume that you are taking somebody through what they went through. But why should you live like that? No, live above it and forge a better future for yourself. Yeah, so that you become bigger and better.
Yes. Looking at the whole situation from a bigger picture, you realize that this is a situation that we cannot just let it go or sweep it under the carpet. Why? Because in 2007, this country witnessed one of the darkest moments in its history. We've also seen recently the demonstrations that actually happened. It tells you of a problem that has not been resolved for a very long time. And it calls for people to actually put in place mechanisms that will actually address this issue, so that they don't boil out of the family and actually end up now in the streets and eventually destabilize the country. Eugenia.
What I can say is that within the family, the only thing that we can do is try and show love and support. Like, even in 2007, if these things they were addressed, the country addressed the issues that they had, it would have probably not reached that level. And even until today, we can still feel what happened back then, because it is still happening right now. And the only thing we can do is try to address the issue at hand, just take the bull by the horn and confront the issue at hand, not what has happened afterwards. What is the real cause of 1, 2, 3, and talk about it. And you see if you are able to find a solution. If a solution can be found, it is well and good.
And it is important that it's addressed, because favouritism starts in the family,
Yes.
corruption starts in the family,
Yes.
mistreatment starts from the family. I mean, injustices starts from the very basic family unit, and people grow up knowing that
Yes.
you can do this and go unpunished.
Yes.
But there is something that actually I'm happy that Georgina spoke out, because by speaking
Many
out,
of us are.
yeah, and then now it was now clear that now we are looking for others who have also spoken out, but we did not take seriously. Actually, after Georgina spoke out, now everybody is like, there was a time I also had another video that another young person was talking to relatives, and then now they were brought together.
And there's another video that
Yes.
in the legal that woman actually spoke about the second wife and said, I mean, in this family we had lived harmoniously until you came.
Yes.
And then when you came, nikabakia vile niko hivi.
So I think her voice does not just need to be among the young people, but I think for those of us who are in positions of policy making and all, I think we need to hear, listen, and do something about it, because our constitution is very clear about the marginalized, and we have youths put together in the marginalized. We have the women, we have the person with disability, and then we have the elderly. Now, are we putting mechanisms in place as a country to ensure that the young people can speak, and not just during public participation, where you're told you want this project, you want this one. They may want something other than a toilet in the market, but are we giving them that space so that they're able to express themselves, so that their needs are also met within the bigger budget?
Those that are actually watching will say that we have an intergenerational conclave that is actually ongoing, and I mean, people need to actually come up and have that conversation.
Now tell Georgina, any discussion that has been had in that conclave that has borne fruit, and then she can go and say that from the discussion that happened in Kisumu, the youth pointed out that they need this and this happened. All right? Now if that happens, then you can talk about it. And the reason why I'm bringing this out is at the office of the women rep, we had to go and talk to young people and ask them, what do you need? All right? Now most of them told us that after I did my 4th form, there's nothing I'm doing now. So we say that we are not going to put our money onto bursaries. We are going to put them on the technical subjects. And then now after that, we are now linking them to where they can either get employment or where they can exercise what they have learned. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, as a country, are we listening to the young people? And as we listen to them, are we responding to the needs that they are expressing? All right. Now, if you are talking about bringing peace within the families, we have the Luo Council of Elders. Now I'm talking about the Luo Nation. We have the Luo Council of Elders. Have they been integrated into the current social systems, where you can find that maybe from where I come from, where I'm married in Kasagam, we have the wife to the Ogai, who then will bring the young people together, like Georgina, and say, what are your needs? And then also bring the older people together and say that there is a gap. And we need to listen to the young people, and we need to respond to the young people. So what I'm asking is, we have the intergenerational conflict, yes. But the concern that Georgina has, how are they responding to it? Yeah. And if at all, maybe there is an aspect of it that can be brought and maybe converted into a policy that then can be followed, and everybody is happy at the end of the day. But what I'm saying is, Georgina has spoken. Are we listening? And if we are listening, are we responding to what she has spoken about? Yes.
Georgina, in conclusion.
The fact that I have spoken, I have not only spoken about the issues that families are going through, but it reflects also in a bigger picture. Recently, the Gen Zs, they managed to access the parliament building, and this is because people are not really paying attention or listening to whatever it is that we are saying and what we want. As I said, we are getting older and we are able to tell what is good and what is bad. So this is something those people who are up there, they also need to put into consideration, that we are aware of everything that is going on, and now we are in a place where we can choose what we want and choose to make a difference.
And specifically actually protect families, because that is where...
Yes.
Grace, in conclusion.
In conclusion, I think what I can say now as a parent, yeah, as Mzazi, is that Georgina, we have heard what you have said, we have heard you speak, and we are taking that conversation to another level. And we are saying that we need to find solutions where, whether the young people are speaking out loud, because when they spoke softly, we did not listen. But now when they speak out loud, now we are listening, and are we able to do something about it? But again, I'm also saying that for the family heads who are out there, let us ensure that we focus on reconciliation, let us focus on healing, and let us remember that our young girls are becoming parents very early. And by the time now they are getting older and they are getting grandchildren, they actually don't know what to do, because they do not get enough time to learn how to become parents, to become older on how to become parents. We have too many teenage pregnancies. And as we are focusing and fighting on the triple threat, then let us ensure that we listen to the young people and we create that enabling environment for them to speak and for us to respond.
Thank you, Grace. Of course, Mike, that conversation will continue on our social media platforms. That is on Achola Simon. That is my social media handle across all social media platforms. KBC Channel 1 on across all social media handles. And of course, you can also continue the conversation on Georgina G on her social media platform, and of course also on Grace's social media platforms. So then, of course, this conversation can continue. Of course, you clearly tell that these are conversations that we can actually talk about it. Of course, keeps on giving different dimensions, and we'll continue having a conversation on our social media channels, so that then we ultimately can actually have a conclusion on this particular situation. But key is that we need to start working out on those small issues that actually tear apart families at the very basic level. And as Georgina has said, don't sit back and wait for things to blow out of hand or out of proportion. What you need to do is stand up and speak. Grace has said, when you speak, do it in a more respectable manner. Of course, this is the Western Spectrum, and on behalf of each and every person who's actually made this possible, our guest who actually found time to come and be on this set, the management of this hotel, Mirage Palace Hotel, who continue to give us this space so then we can have this show every Monday morning. Cameraman Martin Kivuti, Simon Swibe Nyamatiko, our director Simon Vincent Achola, and of course my colleague from Mayenga FM, Philip Miyawa, and John Muhika in Nairobi. Zol, thank you, and we get it back to Broadcasting House.
Indeed, that is Simon Achola talking to us about why families are breaking apart. This is where we end Good Morning Kenya, but do not fret, because we are bringing to you live coverage of the summit of COMESA that is happening at the KICC. Remember, the key events that are happening is the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, and also tomorrow we'll have 18th COMESA Business Forum and Trade Exhibition. 8th October we shall have 20th meeting of ministers and foreign affairs, and 9th October we shall have 24th summit of heads of state and government, and that event will be broadcast live here on KBC Channel 1. Right now I want to hand you over to Carol Jenga, who will be bringing you up to speed as to what is happening at the KICC. My name is Mike Migwe. Thank you for tuning in to Good Morning Kenya. As of now, I hand you over to Carol Jenga. Carol, if you can hear me, take it away.
Thank you, Mike Mwigwi. Yes, we are at KCC. We have pitched camp here since 6 a.m. as we give you live updates on the COMESA Summit, the 24th meeting, COMESA Summit that is ongoing from today till the 9th of October, that is on Thursday. And you have been given the chronology of how the events will be going down here at KICC. And today, of course, is talking about the EU, or rather COMESA EU Horticulture Connect Forum. That is the first meeting that we are going to have today. And actually, as you can see behind me, there's a lot of activities going on as delegates, investors, horticulture producers and sellers, SMEs, as well as women-owned enterprises converge here at KICC to discuss about the EU and how they can penetrate the EU market. Remember, the EU market is about 27 countries, so 21 member countries from the COMESA region. How can we be able now to bring in the SME into this space, as well as women-led organizations, and also ensure that they adhere to the stricter regulations that the EU has when it comes to exports of goods and services to the European Union? That is a conversation, the first meeting that we're going to have here at KICC. As we wait for delegates to come in, we have seen the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Mutahi Kagwe, has arrived here at KICC. We are waiting to hear from the Trade and Investment Cabinet Secretary, that is Lee Kenyajui, is also expected to arrive. Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism. Remember, this is an event, MICE event. Remember, we are also promoting meetings, incentives, as well as exhibitions. So this is one area that, of course, we have to capitalize on, because tourism is one of the areas that we as a country have been able to leverage on to promote the economic growth of this country. So from the delegates that are coming into this country, of course, they have to sample some of the tourism products, and Rebecca Miano is the best person who is to take us through that, and also ensure that they get to sample some of the tourism offerings that we offer here into the country. We'll be expecting guests also from the COMESA region, heads or other top positions from the COMESA region. We'll be hearing from the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Remember, these two agreements have to complement each other. We have the COMESA region, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area. 55 countries have already signed the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now we have the COMESA, where we have 21 member countries. We have SADC countries, as well as we have the EAC. How do all this agreement, how do all these blocks work together to ensure that we facilitate intra-regional trade, intra-Africa trade? Intra-Africa trade right now is at 15%. Very little compared to how we trade with the European Union. So how do we grow this intra-African trade? Of course, is by getting or doing away with some of these things, bottlenecks that we are facing, such as the non-tariff barriers, such as the tariff barriers. Remember, when you're talking about tariff, you're talking about tax rates. We want harmonization of tax rates across the 21 member countries. We want also to look at the non-tariff barriers that keep on hampering trade within the 21 member countries. We'll look at also the quota system to ensure that we trade, or rather the trade amongst each other goes smoothly. We look at custom clearance. One of the major issues that, of course, importers have been talking about is how do we ensure that the lengthy process of clearance is shortened. Remember that issue has been at the top of investors here at the country, or rather here at the COMESA region, looking at how they can be able to navigate that space to ensure that we grow our intra-regional trade. Intra-regional trade within the COMESA region is at 10%. The goal was to grow this intra-regional trade to about 25%. We are yet to hit the target. So what needs to be done? And I'll bring in my colleague Alan Aoko to also expound to us some of what he has seen, what he has observed since we arrived here at 6 a.m. and also what to look forward to in the next couple of days as we get to engage with these ministers, government officials, as we get to hear how do we tackle these bottlenecks that major African countries are facing. Alan.
Thank you very much for bringing me in. Yes, you're right. We came in very early. It's a major event here. It's a major meeting. We're expecting a lot of big delegates. And today I'll be stationed at the exhibition side where, of course, we have some business people who are looking to have to network with others. It's a major meeting, but also brings the side of business, retailers, wholesalers from across the continent. And it has an exhibition site at the COMESA grounds, which is aptly named COMESA grounds, where the tents have been set up and there are booths for different types of industries and sectors. We were there just moments ago, and the exhibition site is still being set up as people are still coming in and arranging their wares. You can understand if it's a logistical issue coming from across the continent, just to set up your booth here in Nairobi, Kenya, it does take some time. But we hope that in the next few minutes, if not hours, it will be up and running. It's a very well elaborate setup here, beyond the new fountains that were just installed here, the 100 million shilling fountains that were set up. Kenya does know how to host this kind of meetings. And visitors that we've seen and we've talked to have said that, they're very excited. Of course, we've hosted this before, and each time we keep upping the ante. Delegates are going to roam out of this Aberdares side where the meetings are happening, and then they will also go and free to move around the premises. As I can see, some vehicles are still coming in, but the grounds are such that if you're attending a meeting and it's a long one, and perhaps maybe you want to take a break, you can break out, you can have your tea, and then you can go and network even at the exhibition side, where several delegates have also been welcomed on that side. If you are the member of a public and you want to come here, remember, you do need accreditation. We are wearing our badges here. You do need to be accredited for this venue. You cannot just come in, because it's very well planned and very organized, and the Kenya Police are doing their part to make sure everything is safe, everyone is safe, property is safe, and people are moving well within the grounds. It is reminiscence of the Africa Development Bank conference that we had a few months ago, where we had a very good layout and movement was good, and the members of the public were able to come in. And I don't know what your feeling is about anyone who has never heard of this meeting before, just coming in and trying to engage with the who's and who's of this meeting. Do you think they will have a chance to talk with a member of parliament or maybe a delegate from Zambia, perhaps?
Well, that is not yet confirmed, basically, because there has to be protocol. This protocol on how you can attend such events. Of course, you have to be invited, and of course, you have to be accredited, as my colleague has alluded to. And of course, there's a lot of activities that's gone behind the planning of this event. So you cannot just walk in and decide today you're going to engage a certain delegate or a member of parliament. There has to be protocol. So why we are here as KBC is because we want to broadcast this to you live. So you don't have to go anywhere. You just have to sit wherever you are from, and you'll be bringing you live updates here from KICC as we get also here to engage with the delegates ourselves, yeah? And also you can pose in your questions. You can send us your questions, what you think we should do in terms of ensuring we grow our intra-African trade, because that's the conversation here. The theme, of course, for this 24th summit is about leveraging digitization. We are talking about data. Data is the new currency. So digitization, how do we digitize our regional value chains for sustainable growth and also inclusive growth? And you're looking at also this digitization. We have seen Kenya, and also you give us also this insights. We have seen over 24,000 services have been digitized. We are setting the pace for the other African countries. Look at our financial inclusion. We are at almost 70-80%. So we are setting the pace for other African countries to ensure that, you know what, we grow as together, we grow our economic growth. SME is a conversation here today. How do we grow our SME in Africa? 90% of our businesses are in the SME sector. 80% of these jobs are in the SME sector. So this is the conversation here we are having. Alan, if you have something to add.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned about integration and putting technology in all of these processes and systems. And it's very interesting you said that, because we still do have countries in the region that have not integrated these protocols. For example, a simple one, a basic one like your own passport. We do have the e-passport now. But it should not surprise you to learn that there are some countries in our region that have not even put in the e-passport. They're still using the paper passport. It doesn't have the chip inside where you can go to customs and place your passport and your details come up automatically. These are some of the integration issues we're talking about when it comes to integrating and the trade that we're talking about. You've talked about SMEs and integrating technology in processes in financial inclusion. Indeed, Kenya is leading in this front. We found, and you've traveled before, you've seen other areas of the continent, and they really get surprised that you can actually send money from yourself to your grandmother in the rural area without any issue. Like your mobile phone is your own bank account. This is unheard of in many parts of the world, not even Africa. And coming here in this conference is a chance for others to also learn from us. As we learn from them, there are things, of course, we can learn from other regions in this sector. But indeed, we are ahead, and this is a time to showcase you. Earlier you spoke about MICE tourism, and you also talk about tourism as a whole. This is a chance for us to brag, isn't it? It's a time for us to brag about how we are, how this is a tourism hub, how we treat our visitors. What else? What other opportunities lie in tourism? What opportunities lie in this MICE sector as we grow it? And you've heard about the exciting development of the Bomas International Convention Center. Maybe the next time COMESA comes here, it will be at the new, it will be what? BICE? The Bomas International Convention, I think it will be BICE. This is KICC. This will be a good opportunity for us also to showcase our capacity in the region as we continue to bring in delegates to deliberate on these pertinent issues that bring integration into this continent. Would you believe it might be difficult for me to move from here to, for example, Namibia, just because of the connecting flights and the money you have to pay just to connect in your own continent. But these are the things that will help us integrate in this kind of meetings. Yeah?
Great. Yes. And as we wrap up, I want us to hand over to Betty Kiptum. Betty Kiptum has, for many years, engaged COMESA. You know, COMESA as a region. She has traveled globally to just, and she's best placed to share with us insights of what she has seen when it comes to what Alan was talking about, you know, flights. You know, you have to travel a longer route for you to get to your own country. You know, such issues, such bottlenecks that we need to be addressed right here at KCC. Betty, we hand over now to you.
Thank you, Carol, for that introduction. Well, I sure have traveled some in the COMESA region, and of course, it is very frustrating when, as an African, you have to exit the continent to come back to the continent because your continent is not as connected as it should be. And for instance, having to fly via Dubai or Qatar to get to Morocco, yet you could just do a more direct flight there if the systems were more connected. And of course, the issues of transportation are very critical in ensuring that trade is enhanced in the region. Trade includes movement of goods and services, and who does the movement? It's the people. So if the people cannot move across borders, cannot move to the place where they need to do the business, it will be quite a challenge. And those are some of the conversations that will be happening. Remember that today, as my colleagues have mentioned, we are starting with the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, which will be, of course, bringing together COMESA countries that engage in the horticulture business and EU countries, including the Netherlands, Germany, UK, and 4 countries in the European region actually account for 75% of COMESA's horticulture exports. That means that it is very important to ensure that the small businesses especially can access those particular markets. And of course, one of the issues that Alan brought out is the financial integration. For a very long time, sending money from one African country to another involved the exact same thing, such as the aviation sector. You had to send money out of the continent, and then it is processed and comes back to the continent in the currency of the receiving country. And for most of the time, that increases the cost of transactions, and that is an increased cost for business, making it harder to conduct business in the continent. So, of course, seeing that Kenya is very advanced in terms of mobile money and all that, the African Union came up with a system called PAPS that enables African banks to be more integrated, and you can send money from, say, a currency that's the Kenya shilling in Kenya, and then when it goes to Uganda, the recipient receives it directly in Uganda shillings, as opposed to having it converted to the dollar and then back to the Ugandan shilling that they would lose out. So such kind of innovations are definitely easing the parameters in terms of doing business in the African continent. But of course, as I have traveled across the region, you really realize that Africa is more integrated than we want to think. We may be separated by the borders, but we are one people. A lot of the economies just look alike. The people look alike. The way we trade, it's the same. Our market in Nairobi is probably the same looking in Uganda, in Zambia, and so we are more one people than we want to think. That is why it is very important for us to trade within each other. And of course, one of the key pointers, I was speaking a few days ago with the Principal Secretary in charge of trade, that is Regina Ombam, and one of the key points that she brought out is that it is more important now than ever for Africa to trade within itself. As mentioned by Caro earlier, 15% of trade, intra-Africa trade, that is very low. And considering that there are some policy changes that are happening across the world, think about the United States reciprocal policy that is happening. There is the end of the AGOA preferential treatment for African products to access the US market, and now moving into the regime of the reciprocal tariffs. It is important that Africa diversifies its export markets to ensure that it is trading more with itself than, of course, looking outside. Another important pointer that this particular summit seeks to deal with is the issue of export of raw materials. We know that Africa is a net exporter of raw materials, and looking at how much of raw materials that we produce, value addition is very key in ensuring that the continent progresses and can earn the much needed foreign exchange. And to do that, manufacturing has to be done. Empowerment of the cottage industry has to be done to ensure that we are adding value to those products and that they can fetch a higher price in the market. And of course, some of the issues include integrating our manufacturing, ensuring that in Africa, this region is known for producing, let's say, mango juice or whatever else you want to call it. So the issue of value addition and manufacturing is a very key pointer when it comes to enhancing trade in the region. Now, this particular conference is bringing together delegates from 21 countries, and of course, as my colleague said, it is not a mean feat to organize such an event. 21 countries bringing those delegates together, their heads of state. It is quite the journey getting here. And of course, standing next to me is my colleague Karen Jenga. Yes, do tell us.
I just want to cut you short, right. And I know you will come back and just share with us your insights. But we want to take us to Mombasa and listen to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, who is speaking to us about the national agenda when it comes to the budget and other areas.
And this is against earlier projection that would record a lower than 5% growth in this calendar year, and is projected at 5.3% by end of 2025 and 2026. Inflation rate, as Honorable Muraidi has spoken about, has eased from an average of 4.3% in July 2024 to 4.1% in July 2025, and now is at 4.6% in September, largely driven by the seasonal changes in vegetable prices. And as a result of this is as a result of tightened monetary policy and also significant declines in energy prices and continued easing of food prices. We'll again engage in a conversation whether it is still relevant to work with the non-core inflation, or we should focus on core inflation when we are coming up with monetary policies to manage inflation. CBK has gradually eased monetary policy by lowering the CBR rate from 13% in July 2024 to 9.5% in August 2025. In the financial year 2025-2026, revenues are projected at 3.321 trillion, which is 17.2% of GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at 2,754 billion, which is 14.3% of GDP. Expenditures are also projected at 4.269 trillion, which is 22.2% of GDP. And we are projecting a fiscal deficit of 901 billion, that is 4.7% of GDP. By end of June, public debt stock stood at 11.7 trillion shillings, which is 67% of GDP in nominal terms, comprising of 46.1% external debt and 53.9% domestic debt. Public debt to GDP ratio is projected to decline to the debt anchor of 55 plus or minus 5% of GDP in present value terms by 2030, supported by our medium-term fiscal consolidation efforts. I know in law it is 2028, but we are being more realistic on the time that we are likely to achieve the debt anchor. Growth in private sector credits from the banking system has continued to improve and stood at 3.3% in July 2025 compared to negative 2.9% in January 2025. So in a period of about 6 months, we were able to reverse the dangerous trend where we were seeing contracting of credit extension to the private sector to now a positive 3.3%. The exchange rate to the US dollars has stabilized, as you know, in the 128 to 130 Kenya shillings range since January 2024. Economic recovery, stability in the exchange rate, and the macroeconomic stability have created confidence and triggered. It is now. Credit ratings, as other speakers who have spoken ahead of me have stated, shapes development finance and is a vital part of the financial development ecosystem. A stronger sovereign rating is a catalytic milestone because it lowers the country's perceived risk profile across international capital markets, directly reducing the cost of borrowing and widening the pool of available financing. This calls for effective engagement with credit rating agencies. However, effective engagement with ratings agencies requires transparent, consistent communication and strong coordination. Further, rating defense requires a well-prepared narrative that acknowledges risks while demonstrating clear, actionable responses, especially when seeking positive rating adjustments. And this calls for a diverse stakeholder participation, coordination, and proactive engagement with investors. To strengthen the credit rating reviews, it is important for the government and its stakeholders to work as a team. This can be achieved through interactive role-play simulations and expert feedback, reflecting real-world rating agency engagement scenarios designed to mirror typical engagements with rating agencies. This workshop or forum offers that opportunity. And once I finish my official speech, I will make some off-the-cuff remarks where I will demonstrate some of these examples. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this gathering is not a routine meeting. It is a pivotal moment in our national economic journey, a journey that now stands at the threshold of profound change, especially among or coming after the Seville Conference on Development Financing. As you may be aware, in 2014, Kenya attained the status of a lower middle-income country. This transition was a testament to the resilience of our people and our economy, the ambitions of our reforms, and the determination of the Kenyan government to attain the aspirations of the Vision 2030. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, progress brings also with it new realities. And the reality is that the improvement in status gradually phased us out of eligibility for highly concessional borrowing, a financing avenue still available to many low-income countries. This reality emerges at a time when our development financing needs are expanding and the global pool of concessional resources is tightening. Therefore, we must now prepare to compete more strategically on the international capital markets, strengthen domestic resource mobilization.
Well, if you're just joining us, that is the current scene in Mombasa County. You do know that the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, that is John Buddy, is currently attending a workshop on strengthening sovereign credit ratings in Kenya. And of course, that will run from the 6th all the way to the 10th of October at the Flamingo Pride Inn Beach Resort and Spa in Shanzu, that is in Mombasa County. And of course, participants will include officials from the National Treasury being led by their CS as well. But where I want to take you there, you can see those are live images from the Kenyatta International Convention Center. It is the 24th COMESA Summit. Let's get to hear how the heads of state, especially from 21 countries, are representing their matters, especially when it comes to inter-trade affairs.
Of Africa, your dream is a reality. Women and men and children rejoice. COMESA is yours. Wonderful COMESA. People of Africa, rise up and unite as one. Hard work is key to prosperity. United we stand. Wonderful COMESA. Wonderful COMESA.
for leading us through. Making us one is your vision. It shall be done. Wonderful COMESA, people of Africa, rejoice in COMESA's work. It is the hope for the future. It is the key. Wonderful COMESA, wonderful COMESA, forward with COMESA. COMESA is key to prosperity and unity.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. So my name is Mushai Kunyiha. I'm the first Vice President of the COMESA Business Council, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony this morning as we go through the program. A big special welcome to Nairobi. Karibuni sana, bienvenue. I think it's the French for that. Which reminds me, we do have some translation equipment with you, and they'll put for us on the screen how you can get onto the translation headsets. If you need some, you can raise your hand up and the ushers will show you so you can follow what is going on. So a special welcome to this, the 18th COMESA Business Forum. And we have with us today our distinguished guests. We've got cabinet secretaries from the government of Kenya, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe and Lee Kinyanjui. We have delegations from other COMESA states led by the chairman of trade in COMESA, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea from Burundi. Welcome. And the Secretary General, welcome to Nairobi as well. We also have our PSs and other government officials from COMESA states and Kenya who are with us, and we'll be getting to introduced to them as we go along. A special welcome also to the EU guests among us who have joined us for this COMESA event. This is the first of events for this business forum running from today to the 8th, and we've titled the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, where we're trying to focus on agriculture and agriculture from the EU, what we can sell there, trade with, and in the COMESA region. This event is organized by COMESA together with the COMESA Business Council, and allow me to emphasize what we do as the Business Council. We are the apex body for the private sector within COMESA, and we have representatives from each country. Each time the COMESA heads of states have a summit, we try and get the business people together so that they can deal with each other and exchange with each other. As we know, the COMESA infrastructure is a doorway that is open for us, but it is open for the private sector to go through. So it is up to us, the private sector, to take these opportunities and engage with each other. So the Horticulture Connect is part of the broader forum, and the theme is leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. So we hope also that you'll be able to take some time to visit the exhibitions. We have some exhibitions right across the fountains in the white tents across there, and you'll be able to see some of the businesses that are there. Also importantly is that all the insights and recommendations that are put together from today will be presented to the summit, the Heads of State Summit later this week. So both what we put together today and tomorrow at the Business Forum will be collating together to present to the heads of state. This event was envisioned and designed to advance strategic engagement, partnership building, and market linkages between COMESA and the European Union. So we aim to connect horticulture producers, EU buyers, and other trade players. EU is one of our biggest and most dynamic markets, especially for horticulture. And we know that we have been engaging with this for a while. We've had various projects through COMESA. We've had the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program. And even last year, we, together with the Secretariat, we had, and the Business Council, we organized a delegation to Europe. And out of that, there was trade developed of about 10 million euros between the companies who are able to engage there. And that's what we hope to continue with today. We also highlight Actesa, who is part of the sponsors and organizers of this meeting, who have helped us to position COMESA in trade with the rest of the world, and especially with linking smallholder farmers and agribusinesses to regional and EU business. So today, we are going to start this morning with the official opening ceremony, and then later on, we'll have a couple of panels looking at what the regulatory issues are, how we can open the markets, and also from businesses who have actually transacted and done trade, so that they can show us what they have done and what is possible going forward. And that will be this afternoon. So we hope we'll be able to unlock the full potential of COMESA to international markets together. And to kick us off, we have from our host nation, our Principal Secretary, the State Department of Trade, Ms. Regina Ombam, who is going to do the welcoming remarks. Ms. Ombam, karibu.
Thank you very much, MC, and good morning, everyone. Our guest of honor, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya. Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Kenya. His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson, COMESA, Council of Ministers, and Minister for Trade, the Republic of Burundi. Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from COMESA member states, Her Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, Mr. James Chamwanza, President, COMESA Business Council, heads of COMESA institutions, permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, representatives of government institutions, representative of our cooperating partners, the European Union, the Federation of German Industries, AGRA, chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, CEOs of business associations and captains of industry, members of CBC, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very warm welcome to you all, and in particular, a special karibu sana to our esteemed partners and buyers who have traveled from across Europe and the COMESA region to be with us here in Nairobi. It is both a great honor and a privilege for Kenya to host this first ever COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, a pivotal gathering that sits at the very heart of trade, partnership, and shared prosperity. The broader business forum theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains, finds practical expression in the Horticulture Connect. More than a conference, it is a platform for action, facilitating direct B2B partnerships that translate into export deals, showcasing COMESA's horticultural excellence and tackling the pressing issues of standards, traceability, and logistics that shape our farmers' and exporters' competitiveness. To our COMESA producers, I urge you to seize this moment, engage deeply, listen to the market requirements, and showcase the world-class quality that you are capable of to our EU partners. To our EU partners, I assure you of our commitment to meeting your standards and fostering sustainable long-term business relationships. So I wish to extend my profound gratitude, shukran, to the COMESA Secretariat, the COMESA Business Council, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and our partners from the European Union for their steadfast collaboration in making this event a reality. It is my pleasure to, once again, officially welcome you to Kenya and to this Horticulture Connect. May your discussions be fruitful, your connections be strong, and your partnerships be prosperous. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from one of our key partners, like was been mentioned, is the European Union. And we have with us Ms. Lana Jutelia, I think I got that right, almost, who is the Leader Environment and Climate Rural Development Trade and Cooperation Delegation of the EU to COMESA. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Mutai Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya, our guest of honor. Honorable Lee Kinyanyunji, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson, COMESA Council of Ministers, Burundi. Honorable Ministers and Cabinet Secretaries, Your Excellency, Chileshe Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, Permanent Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Assistant Secgen, Ambassador Dr. Mohamed Kada, Assistant Secgen, Dr. Dev Haman, representatives of government institutions, Mr. James Chimwaza, President of the CBC, representatives of the cooperating partners, the private sector, representatives of the EU and the COMESA business sector. Allow me to ride on all the previous protocols. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my very, very big pleasure to be here today and represent Madam Karolina Stasiak, the EU ambassador to Zambia and COMESA in this very, very important event. The 18th COMESA Business Forum is particularly special to us, to the European Union, this year as it hosts the COMESA Europe Horticulture Connect. We are particularly proud to be supporting COMESA in this very, very important endeavor, and this annual forum serves as a crucial hub for us to align our strategies between the EU and COMESA, to review what we have accomplished so far, but also, most importantly, to set goals for the future. We are particularly grateful to the COMESA Secretariat, the Government of Kenya, the COMESA Business Council, and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers for bringing this event to life. This year's theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, could not be more timely. You will for sure be familiar that from an EU perspective, we are really trying to advance these key priorities forward, really bringing and matching the investments, the businesses, the private sectors, sustainability of value chains. And digitalization is key to everything. We are at a turning point. The choices that we make now will define how we live in the future, how we grow, how we trade, how we create opportunities for each other and for our people. Let me recall that in this particular region, on this particular continent, agriculture is really the lifeblood. It employs 70% of the population for COMESA, and at this point in time, digital tools are no longer an option. They're essential. They actually help farmers to get access to market. They get them to get fairer prices. They allow them to open new doors to international markets. And talking of markets, we will soon celebrate 1 year of the tripartite agreement between COMESA, EAC, and SADC, a very important milestone indeed for a market of over 800 million people. So we are, of course, embedded in the African continental free trade area, but you can only imagine with this huge tripartite area, trade area, what potential is out there and how much we can actually use it and deepen the regional integration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to commend the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect initiative. It is really through a very targeted cooperation that we can achieve more and that we stand a chance to go and grow further. We need to channel our investments into enhancing systems, establishing robust quality standards, we spoke about it earlier, deploying cutting-edge technologies, among others, and really bridge this gap between European investors, European buyers, and COMESA producers. Let me reiterate that the EU, as mentioned earlier by the Honourable Minister, the EU is a stable and committed partner on this path. And I'm sure that we all share the same feeling here today, that SMEs are the heartbeat of this transformation. So the EU-funded programs such as the RECAMP, the Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets, but also the EU COMESA capacity building program, and the program mentioned earlier by our distinguished moderator, the access to market and the trade competitiveness aspect of the African continent. These are all programs through which the EU seeks to reinforce and strengthen COMESA and COMESA member states' capacities. It is also embedded in a very continental effort. So the effort that we are putting into the COMESA region, we are also in parallel aligning our efforts on the entire continent, working with the African Union, working with the other RECs on the continent, and really embedded in a strong continental regional integration. Let me come back to the digitalization part. Digital certificates of origin, be able to trace, ensure traceability, standards along the value chains is a key component for EU markets. And in this sense, digital tools will, of course, never be enough. They cannot stand alone. We need the proper ecosystems. We need policies which are aligned. We need borders that are open for businesses. We are talking about cross-border trade. We need infrastructure that connects people. And last but not least, we need skills that can actually empower the next generation. If you get all these elements right into place, this is where we can then grow further together. In this sense, the EU is fully committed to support regulatory harmonization, bridging digital gaps, and strengthening the human capital. In this sense, the second part of this week's theme, value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, let me reiterate the EU's support in sustainability regulation. And once again here, the EU is of course not walking alone on this path of sustainability and delivering on our joint global commitments. We talk about environment, climate commitments, about the goals of sustainability that all the countries around the world have jointly committed to. So in this sense, the EU is extremely proud to be at the forefront and to push forward regulations such as the EU deforestation-free regulation, the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, the waste shipment regulation, global supply chains directives, and many others. This is the way to make sure that the products reaching the EU market and the investments which are actually done from the EU side have proper standards, proper harmonization, regulatory frameworks, accountability, traceability, transparency. It is all about creating new market opportunities in line with the legislation and with the global commitments. Once again, we really believe that with the EU support provided to COMESA and its member states, we are on the right path to deliver on this. This is really helping us to bridge this gap between the EU and COMESA member states. I really wish this forum to transcend dialogue and translate into tangible actions. And the 24 summits of heads of states and government is also putting forward a declaration that will send a very resounding and important message that EU and COMESA businesses are ready to work together even stronger for the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wrap up here and once again stress the huge potential of two big markets, the EU market and the COMESA market. Together we can unlock it, and the European Union here reaffirms its commitment to advance regional integration, economic resilience and sustainable development. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for that emphasis, as you were speaking, I just remembered when I started my career in agriculture, my business is in agriculture, 25 years ago, the only thing we were worried about were gumboots and tractors and so on. And now we have to have digital infrastructure, Wi-Fi, internet, and all those things, which is great. And that is the opportunity, which is huge for us in Africa. Next, we will have our head really for us in COMESA Business Council and COMESA, the Secretary General, Her Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe. Welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, our guest of honor. His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of the COMESA Council of Ministers from Burundi. Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Gracious host. Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from COMESA member states, Mr. James Chimwaza, President of CBC, heads of COMESA institutions, permanent secretaries, and other government representatives, Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturing, CEOs of business associations and captains of industry, members of the diplomatic corps, may I simply ride on protocols already established. It's a great honor to welcome you all to the inaugural COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, which is being convened alongside the 18th COMESA Business Forum and the 24th Summit of COMESA Heads of State and Government to be held here in Nairobi. This platform is the first of its kind for COMESA, designed to link enterprises from region directly with European partners in order to unlock new opportunities for trade, investment, and partnership. Allow me to first express our deep appreciation to the government and the people of Kenya for graciously hosting this event. In line with the focus of the event, Kenya, as one of COMESA's most dynamic economies, has demonstrated what is possible through horticultural development. The sector in Kenya contributes significantly to trade exports, provides millions of jobs, and positions this country as a leading supplier of high-quality products to the European market. This illustrates the broader potential within COMESA, particularly when regional value chains are strengthened and SMEs are supported to meet global standards. COMESA's mandate, as enshrined in our treaty, places market access and trade facilitation at the heart of regional integration. Our current medium-term strategic plan for the period 2021 to 2025 prioritizes deepening regional markets, enhancing competitiveness, and promoting inclusive, sustainable economic growth. COMESA EU Horticulture Connect is therefore not just an event, it is a practical expression of COMESA's commitment to bring public and private stakeholders together to strengthen value chains, improve competitiveness, and create opportunities that directly benefit our people, especially our women and youth. Over the past 5 years, COMESA, through the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitive Access to Market program, already referred to by my colleague from the EU, has supported us in advancing this agenda. Through targeted interventions, more than 500 SMEs across the region, of which at least 30% are women and youth-led, have been capacitated to compete in regional and global markets. In the horticultural sector, exports to the EU amount to more than $3.3 billion annually, with the Netherlands alone accounting for 28% of COMESA's horticulture exports. The horticulture value chain alone contributes over $3.37 billion annually in exports to the European Union, employing millions of smallholder farmers across the region. Under this program, trade missions to Netherlands and Germany, facilitated under the B2B engagement with SMEs securing contracts valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, gaining first-hand knowledge of certification, logistics, and standards. Trade and learning missions such as the 2024 engagement mission to the Netherlands brought together 11 SMEs from 9 COMESA member states. These SMEs held direct B2B meetings with Dutch companies, unlocking access to EU market, and several SMEs have since secured contracts and partnerships with European Union buyers, enabling them to commence export of product, thereby diversifying their markets. This includes women-owned enterprises who are the first-hand knowledge of EU certification processes, quality standards. These results underscore the value of strategic partnerships in facilitating access to regional markets and enhancing competitiveness of SMEs. COMESA's ability to act as a convener, working hand in hand with member states. COMESA institutions, including COMESA, Actesa, Africa Leather and Leather Products Institution, and COMFWIB, and partners such as the European Union to develop tangible results and impact. Allow me to warmly welcome our distinguished delegates from the European Union who share their perspectives, engage closely with enterprises from the region, and work with us to forge meaningful connections that will translate into concrete business opportunities. The milestones I have highlighted would not have been possible without the unwavering support of the European Union, whose partnership with COMESA has remained steadfast and forward-looking. We are grateful to the EU for the trust, resources, and strategic collaboration that they have provided over the years. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, COMESA EU Horticulture Connect provides a timely opportunity to build on what has been achieved and to chart a positive path forward. Together, we must leverage digitalization, green growth, and inclusive value chain development to ensure that COMESA remains a competitive and sustainable market. On behalf of COMESA, I thank the European Union for your partnership, and I extend my gratitude to all our stakeholders, including member states, institutions, private sector actors, and development partners for making this important event possible. Together, COMESA and the European Union can create a future where regional integration drives prosperity and where homegrown enterprises are fully embedded in global value chains. Let this COMESA EU Horticultural Connect be the start of a tradition of closer collaboration, translating dialogue into real opportunities, and ensuring that our businesses, including those led by women, youth, are firmly embedded in regional and global value chains. This is indeed an opportunity to translate words into action and an opportunity for us to send a message to the summit that is on Thursday that the private sector is ready to work together, and partnerships such as European Union and COMESA are going to unlock this type of collaboration to increase and deepen our partnerships. I thank you.
So thank you very much for those words. And again, the emphasis on the private sector, which the challenge is ours to make all of these things happen. We can, as we say in Africa, you can take the cow to the water. It's up to the cow to take up the water. Now, next we have our minister, our cabinet secretary, in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Kenya, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui.
So thank you very much. Your Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea, Minister for Mineral Resources, Energy, Industry, Trade and Tourism for Burundi, thank you and welcome. My colleague, Minister for Agriculture, CS Mutahi Kagwe, the Secretary General of the COMESA, Her Excellency Chilesha Kapwepwe, the CEO of COMESA, the Director and Master of Ceremonies, Mushahi Konyiha, ambassadors herein present, stakeholders and development partners, good morning. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Nairobi. I know it's already been done, but I think we can never say it enough that Nairobi and Kenya welcomes you here. We have been looking forward to host this event, and we thank the COMESA Secretariat for working closely with us to make sure that it happens. And your being here is testimony to the good working engagement that we have, and we hope that we'll be able to come up with concrete solutions on some of the challenges that bedevil the region. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, I extend our warmest greetings and deep appreciation to the COMESA Secretariat, the European Union, and the COMESA Business Council for convening this timely platform. Kenya is privileged to host this event alongside the 18th COMESA Business Forum and the 24th COMESA Summit of Heads of State and Government. This platform brings together policymakers, private sector leaders, and development partners to foster new trade and investment opportunities that will strengthen horticulture value chains across our region. The horticulture sector is of immense importance to our economies as it generates employment for millions, provides export revenues, foreign exchange reserves, and also improves food and nutritional security and empowers women and youth. In Kenya alone, the sector contributes immensely to our GDP and positions us as Africa's leading exporter, with 70% of the cut flowers in the European Union, alongside with fruits and vegetables, coming from here. This experience demonstrates the potential for other COMESA member states to build strong value chains that can support employment and create opportunities across the region. This event comes at a time when our region is accelerating efforts to integrate horticulture into regional and global value chains. With the just ended support from the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program, that's the RECAMP, COMESA has already strengthened SME competitiveness, supported SPS and TBT compliance, and promoted direct B2B linkages with European buyers. These achievements provide a strong foundation for us to scale under Africa trade competitiveness and market access and other similar programs. The challenges before us remain real, ranging from climate change and post-harvest losses to non-tariff barriers and the need for harmonized standards. Also, innovation, green growth, and inclusive partnerships. It is my hope that over the course of today's discussions, new connections will be forged, new ideas will be exchanged, and concrete business opportunities unlocked between COMESA enterprises and other European counterparts. I would particularly like to urge our private sector to seize this moment. The opportunities are vast in sustainable production, value chain, regional trade, and access to the lucrative European market. But success requires greater investments and partnerships and bold innovation. It is the private sector that must drive this transformation by scaling up production, embracing standards, and building cross-border linkages that make COMESA horticulture globally competitive. Allow me, maybe just in a nutshell, to say that as Kenya also, we have been able to work on some of the things that are necessary for any investor who wants to invest. Also noting that some of the challenges we have realized in the past, including currency issues. And I think the first issue we had was on profit repatriation. So sometimes when you invest in a country, you want to be sure you can repatriate. So I think Kenya offers, you can bring in $10 million, $100 million, and you can get it out at any one time. And that's very important, especially when you're in the export market. And you don't need any central bank authorization to do that. Secondly, we have a stable currency, which also allows you that when you're planning, you can, like for example, we are trading at 128.29 to the dollar, and for the last maybe 1.5 years, it has remained so. Currency fluctuation can make export business planning very complicated. So we've tried to align that. We also boast of political stability and also a dynamic youth that can help us in terms of engaging with the necessary skills that are there. So I think these are some of the issues that we are trying to work on. And for the investors who have come for this summit, I think the B2B will be very important as Kenya tries to position itself as a dedicated hub for exports. And lastly also is to say that on green energy, which is also very important, we are 93% renewable energy. And I think that becomes important, especially when you want to look at post-harvest and also the energy mix that is important in this sector, among others. With those few comments, I want to end there and once again to express our support for COMESA and all the business people who have come here in honoring this particular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the challenge is continuing for the business sector to do something about this opportunity that we have together. Next, we have the chairperson of the COMESA Council of Ministers, who's a minister from Burundi, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea. Welcome.
Thank you, Master of the Ceremony. I will bring a French touch in this event. Excellence, le secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Agriculture et du Développement de l'Élevage de la République de Kenya, Monsieur Mutahi Kagwe. Excellence, secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Investissement, du Commerce, de l'Industrie du Kenya, Excellence Monsieur Lee Kinyanyuji. Honorable secrétaire général du COMESA, Chileche Kapwepwe, Monsieur le Président du Conseil des opérateurs économiques du COMESA, le CBC, chef des institutions du COMESA, secrétaire permanent des gouvernements, représentant des institutions gouvernementales, président aussi de l'Association des fabricants du Kenya, membre du corps diplomatique, distingués invités, tout protocole. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui, à cette occasion très importante de l'événement Horticulture Connect du COMESA Europe qui se tient en marge du 18e Forum des affaires du COMESA. Je tiens à vous saluer et à rendre grâce à Dieu pour et aussi pour cet événement assez important. Je tiens aussi à exprimer ma profonde gratitude au gouvernement du Kenya et aussi au secrétariat général du COMESA, sans oublier aussi le Conseil des opérateurs économiques du COMESA pour l'organisation opportune de cette plateforme très essentielle à notre communauté. Cet événement s'ancre dans la reconnaissance que l'horticulture demeure l'un des secteurs les plus dynamiques à haute valeur ajoutée et inclusif dans nos économies. Il est crucial, non seulement pour les échanges commerciaux et la croissance, mais aussi pour la sécurité alimentaire, la création d'emplois, le renforcement de la résilience face au changement climatique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités. Comme vous vous en souvenez, le 23e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du COMESA, que le Burundi a eu l'honneur d'accueillir à Bujumbura en octobre 2024, s'est tenu sous le thème « L'accélération de l'intégration régionale par le développement des chaînes de valeur dans le domaine de l'agriculture, résiliente au climat, de l'exploitation minière et du tourisme ». Lors de ce sommet, nos dirigeants ont réaffirmé leur engagement à bâtir des chaînes de valeur régionales résilientes, à exploiter la numérisation et à éliminer les obstacles du commerce. Le sommet a aussi également pris note, grâce à l'amélioration des procédures douanières, à la numérisation des systèmes de dédouanement et des réformes qui profitent directement à nos producteurs horticoles en réduisant les retards et pertes après récolte. En outre, l'élargissement du bilan alimentaire régional, de Regional Food Balance Sheet, a été approuvé, ce qui renforce notre capacité collective à prévoir, à planifier et répondre aux défis de la sécurité alimentaire dans notre région. Cela sont des décisions stratégiques qui ont un impact direct sur le secteur de l'horticulture et sur des pays tels que le Burundi. Mesdames et messieurs, le COMESA a été à la pointe du soutien au développement de l'horticulture dans toute la région. Grâce à l'accélérateur horticole COMESA EAC, mis en œuvre par l'ACTESA, notre région a réalisé des progrès considérables dans la promotion de la valeur ajoutée, le renforcement des capacités des PME et l'harmonisation des politiques pour soutenir la croissance dans le sous-secteur des fruits et des légumes. De plus, des initiatives telles que le programme COMESA d'harmonisation des semences, COMSHIP, garantissent que des semences de qualité soient accessibles au-delà des frontières. Un catalyseur essentiel dans la productivité et la compétitivité horticole. Mon pays, le Burundi, a bénéficié de ces efforts régionaux et nous envisageons un engagement plus profond dans leur mise en œuvre. Pour un pays comme le Burundi, l'horticulture représente un secteur au potentiel immense. Et cela est de même pour tous les pays de notre région. Il offre des opportunités de génération de revenus pour nos communautés rurales, d'autonomisation des débouchés à l'exportation vers des marchés régionaux et internationaux. Cependant, ce potentiel ne pourra pas être concrétisé que si nous investissons dans les pratiques intelligentes face au climat, si nous renforçons la gestion après récolte, les systèmes de chaîne de froid et surtout si nous nous alignons sur les normes et les exigences internationales. À cet égard, j'aimerais, au nom du gouvernement du Burundi, que les propositions exposées dans la note conceptuelle reçoivent toute l'attention nécessaire vers un soutien technique et financier complet par le biais des instruments du COMESA et de ses partenaires. Plus précisément, un soutien est requis pour les domaines d'intervention suivants. Il faudrait renforcer les chaînes de valeur horticole résilientes au changement climatique, améliorer les infrastructures post-récolte et la chaîne du froid, développer les capacités des PME, en particulier celles dirigées par les femmes et les jeunes, résoudre les obstacles non tarifaires et harmoniser les normes sanitaires et phytosanitaires, faciliter aussi des partenariats directs entre les producteurs de nos régions et les acheteurs européens. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités. Ces propositions sont en parfaite adéquation avec les décisions qui avaient été prises lors du 23e sommet du COMESA. Elles reflètent notre ambition collective d'intégrer l'horticulture dans les chaînes de valeur régionales tout en promouvant un développement inclusif et durable. En soutenant le secteur horticole, vous ne faites pas seulement qu'autonomiser nos communautés, mais vous contribuez également à la résilience, à la compétitivité de l'ensemble de la région du COMESA. Mesdames et Messieurs, pour conclure, j'aimerais encore une fois remercier le COMESA, l'Union européenne et nos partenaires pour leur soutien constant. Continuons ensemble à travailler pour transformer notre secteur horticole en un moteur de prospérité et de résilience, d'intégration de notre communauté. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Que Dieu vous bénisse.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. And again, reminding us that one of the strengths of COMESA is we are a multilingual organization. We actually have 3 languages, English, French, and Arabic. And so if you are looking to come into the region, there is a lot of opportunity, and also for us, and a lot of opportunity to learn languages and grow in that way. We have a address, and is from Honorable Mutai Kagwe, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya. Welcome.
Asante sana. My brother, Dr. Hassan, welcome to Kenya. I understand it in French, it is bienvenue. But in case I just insulted you, I didn't know. I have no idea what it is. Distinguished guests, and let me ride on already established protocols in the interest of time. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 18th COMESA Business Forum, Exhibition, and COMESA EU Horticultural Connect being held on the margins of the 24th COMESA Heads of State and Government Summit here in Nairobi, Kenya. For those of you who are here for the first time and for those of you who are guests of Kenya, I would like to say a special karibuni. Are there any guests from outside Kenya here? Non-Kenyans. Oh my goodness. Okay, now we'll give them a big lot of applause. And if you are near them, as we do in church, please give them a handshake. We are famous in Kenya for handshakes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Lillian, okay, we hear you. This forum, convened under the theme, and I quote, leveraging digitization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, end of quote, captures the urgency of our times. And that is to harness digital tools not merely as enablers, but as the very engine for a transformed regional economy that is competitive, resilient, and climate shocks proofed. Before the advent of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the common market for the East African and Southern Africa comprised of 21 African countries, and I won't go through reading them, and was the largest economic bloc on the continent with an estimated GDP of US dollars 1 trillion and a population of 600 million. Now you realize that the 600 million people is almost twice the United States market, almost 2 times the market of the United States. And therefore, it tells you what you can do once that demand becomes effective. It offers unparalleled investment opportunities for the horticultural sector and indeed the agricultural sector as a whole. Horticulture is not just an agricultural activity. It is a major pillar in our economy, as my colleague, Lee Kinyanjui, said. The sector consistently ranks among our top 3 foreign exchange earners, alongside tea and tourism. In 2024, Kenya's horticultural exports were valued over $1 billion, with flowers, fruits, and vegetables shipped to more than 70 countries worldwide. Cut flowers remain our flagship. We, on a daily basis, export over 60 million stems, equivalent to about 40% of all roses sold in the EU. The sector employs millions of people, and directly, youth being the main focus of that employment, and backward linkages to almost over 4 million people. Most recently, avocados and fruits are becoming Kenya's fastest growing exports, with avocado exports rising to over 128,000 metric tons in 2024, making Kenya Africa's top avocado producer. Vegetables such as beans and peas remain vital, especially for smallholder farmers who are active in this sector. Owing to recent challenges with stricter European market entry requirement, the government is strengthening compliance systems as well as seeking out new markets in other areas of the world. And at this point, I would like to thank the European Union for the great trade relationship that we have with the European Union, but also seek indulgence from the European Unions as to create a predictable way of operating. We have got too many changing goalposts, you know, and each 6 months, 7 months, a year, we shift to something else. And I would like to appeal that we remain steady in terms of the requirements of the European Union. And why European Union? Why EU? Why are we calling it EU and COMESA Connect? It's because there is a special relationship. Different countries have different special relationships. We too have a special relationship. And the special relationship is between Africa, and particularly COMESA, and the European Union, because of history, because of geography, because of other issues, and that special relationship is something we should foster. So as a government then, in order for us to make sure that that happens, we have taken bold steps to strengthen and modernize horticulture. And these steps include launching the National Horticulture Traceability System in April 2025 to ensure farm-to-market transparency and compliance with export standards. We have also secured trade deals with the European Union and the UK that guarantee duty-free, quota-free access to our exports and forging logistic partnerships with the Netherlands to ease cold chain transport. You will all remember that the King of the Netherlands was here sometime early this year for the same, and those discussions were key to the visit. Supporting farmers with fertilizer subsidies, certified planting materials, that is seed and seedlings, and training on good agricultural practices, particularly in avocado and floriculture. Partnering with Italy through the Lab Innova program to train exporters on European market requirements and establish a horticulture center of excellence. And at this point, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize those who are in the horticulture farming business. Sometimes we talk about these things as if they are happening somewhere in the air. But there are people sitting here. Would are there any horticulture farmers here, the exporters, the ones in Naivasha, elsewhere? Are any of you here? Any of the farmers here? Any of the farmers, the horticultural farmers? One? There is one at the back. I want you to send a message that we recognize the effort, because without you, the discussions we are having today would not be possible. It is only possible because some farmers have put their money where their mouth is and have invested in the country so that we can be the country of horticulture and flowers, as we proudly say to the rest of the world. So our priority now is the reduction and eventual elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers that hinder intra-regional trade. Our farmers and agribusiness cannot thrive if their produce is delayed at borders by cumbersome procedures, duplicative inspections, or unpredictable fees. Kenya, therefore, strongly supports the institutionalization with the Ministry of Trade as the Ministry of Agriculture. So Kenya is committed to working with COMESA member states to harmonize the standards, digitize customs procedures, and to adopt mutual recognition agreements on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. By doing so, we will cut transaction costs, reduce post-harvest losses of perishable goods, and enhance the competitiveness of our horticultural exports in regional and global markets. For Kenya, minimizing NTBs is not just a technical agenda. It is a practical commitment to enable farmers and traders, especially SMEs, to access markets more easily within COMESA region and to unlock full promise of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area at the continental level. So we are discussing the issue of trade and horticulture with the European Union. But I think sometimes we forget the potential of trade within COMESA itself. And I can tell you that I am very, very glad to say that one of the areas that is showing great promise in cut flowers is Nigeria, our colleagues in Nigeria. And I would like to urge the COMESA countries to become consumers of cut flowers, for example. If it is possible to please somebody in the European Union with a bunch of flowers, it should be possible to please somebody within the COMESA region with a bunch of flowers. After all, Valentine is Valentine, you know. So I am convinced that these measures, particularly that of domestic demand creation, will ensure that we remain globally competitive while safeguarding the livelihoods of our farmers. At the same time, the horticultural sector has also struggled with air freight capacity shortages. And I want to say this because I want the sector to recognize that we are aware of the air freight capacity shortages and escalating transport costs, which in 2024 led to major losses in flower exports, with farms, in some cases, unable to ship their blooms to markets in good time. The challenges highlighted, however, just underline the vulnerabilities in the horticultural value chain and the urgent need for resilience-building measures across trade, logistics, finance, and climate adaptation. Horticulture is not only Kenya's story, it is COMESA's opportunity. Collectively, our region has the right climate conditions, the land, the innovation, and the markets to transform fruits, vegetables, and flowers into billions of dollar industries that drive inclusive and sustainable growth. With this in mind, the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect is an excellent initiative designed to facilitate direct linkages of our exports to the EU buyers, provide technical knowledge on the alignment of quality standards, and showcase the immense potential of agribusiness within the two areas. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to propose that we need to unlock horticulture's promise in the region. We must trade with each other, but we must also train with each other. That is why Kenya is offering opportunities within the region in two fronts. One is that our agricultural colleges, the Kenya agricultural colleges, have been and are training people within the region for the horticultural sector. We have offered, for example, opportunities to countries within the East African and West African region for training opportunities. And I would like to ask the European Union to partner with us to revamp our agricultural colleges, particularly in the digitization of the colleges, so that agripreneurs or extension officers who are observing the horticultural growth remain extremely trained people. Digitization and the digital ecosystem that we are creating in the agricultural colleges is what is going to inform efficient farming and consequently inform more money in the farmers' pockets, both large scale and otherwise. For the horticultural sector, for those in Naivasha and other places, we have given you this opportunity where we can train your own people within the agricultural colleges so that you can save money and save time and create opportunities for young people within the country who are experts in it. As an example, about 300 people, 347 actually people, from the Kenya agricultural colleges are now in the UK, partnering with partners in the UK so that they can train at the highest levels of farming, at the highest levels of pesticide control, at the highest levels of efficient use of fertilizers and other inputs for farming, so that they can reduce the cost of production and the cost of farming here in our nation. So in conclusion, therefore, the horticultural sector is proof that with the right vision, policies and partnerships, agriculture can be more than subsistence. It can be a key driver of economic growth, innovation, and global competitiveness. In closing, allow me to commend the COMESA Secretariat, Madam Shilesha Kapwepe. Thank you so much for all the work, good work that you are doing at the Secretariat with your entire team in Lusaka and elsewhere. We recognize the effort. We don't take it for granted. The COMESA Business Council, thank you very much. Yeah, give them a lot of applause. Thank you, Mushai and the team. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and particularly our European partners for convening this very important platform. Together, let us aim to digitally empower the horticultural sector, strengthen regional trade, and propel COMESA towards a future of sustainable and inclusive growth. I thank you.
Karibu. So we'd like to take a photo of all the speakers. Please come and join the speaker, our chief speaker.
That is the end of the official opening of the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, the first event at the 24th COMESA Summit that is kicking off today through to Thursday, the 9th of October 2025. Of course, the Cabinet Secretary for Kenya in charge of agriculture, that is Mutahi Kagwe, has just stepped off the stage there. And he has mentioned a number of issues that are affecting agriculture products trade across the region, as well as with other markets such as the EU. And one of the issues he has brought up, of course, are non-tariff barriers. He has said that there are a number of challenges there that traders face when they are trying to get their produce across borders. Another issue is air freight capacity shortages. He has acknowledged that, and it has led to a high cost of transport for the horticulture products. He has also invited the European Union delegation to partner with the governments at the COMESA trade bloc to revamp the agriculture training in the country, saying that it is important that extension officers are trained and experts in agriculture are trained at the highest level to ensure that they are offering the much needed expertise to the farmers who actually do the production, so that production moves from subsistence to commercial. Of course, another issue that will be discussed in this particular forum includes the issue of standards. The EU market has very stringent standards that, if not met, sometimes stop the market.
The world will be alien to the...
Critical issues are going to be discussed.
From white papers to policy positions, it is easy of words.
Government takes you to key global metropolis where critical decisions are made and where policies are...
Policymakers and senior government officials to highlight and enumerate government policies and projects. We take a deep dive into the underbelly of complex red tape to demystify policies across the country, across the world. Join me, O'Brien Kimani, on Inside Government. Channel 1.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainability, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Got the fear of missing out? The latest celebrity, latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends. Get all the tea or juice when it comes to, and you get it served on time. More on Grapevine every single Monday only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women. We are really changing. We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement. When they are standing, we need to stand out. From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning?
We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision.
You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's show.
What can be done as a government?
We have also proposed within the COMESA region, we did it during the East African Community meeting in Arusha. We also proposed it in COMESA that when a country within the COMESA region bans pesticides and so on, that other countries will also consider doing the same. Because there is no point of us trading with each other and saying, for example, that we are exporting our maize or we are importing maize from Tanzania or Uganda or other places, we need to have the same standards. And that's why in my remarks, I did allude to the issue of keeping the same standards, the same sanitary and phytosanitary measures across the COMESA region. The same standards are what is expected. What is expected of Kenya in the European Union is also what is expected of Uganda and any other member of the COMESA region within the same European Union. So it is enlightened self-interest that we all train the same and we all keep the same standards in order for us to collectively capture the markets without much ado.
A very Kenyan question here.
you know, Kenyan moved to the middle income country, and our competitors like Tanzania and Ethiopia are yet to be moved to that category. So that's disadvantage our horticulture or maybe any other produce that comes from Kenya.
I think the trade minister can respond to the trading regime that we have established between ourselves and, for example, within the East African community, within the COMESA region, different countries are ranked differently, within the European Union. But I think that our trade experts and our trade cabinet secretary is here, you know, can also explain how that is going to work.
Okay.
No, finish first.
Okay. So, thank you. We are happy as Kenya to host the COMESA summit, and in particular, today's session was about horticulture. And Kenya is a leading player in the horticulture space. We therefore have a lot we can learn from each other, and we can also share. And some of the common problems that we have, including non-tariff barriers on standards and all those issues, will be a matter of discussion today. What is particularly important is that Kenya, as a member of COMESA, is keen both to increase in value and quantity of its exports to the European Union market, noting that because of geographical and weather advantages, Africa or COMESA market has an all-year sort of ability to produce for the European Union market, whereas when they are going through their winter, they are not able to produce. So there is a natural symbiotic sort of a relationship that exists between the EU and the COMESA, given the proximity, the weather, the geographical sort of a connection. And we are happy that Kenya, together with all the partners within the region, are working towards optimizing on that opportunity. Secondly, is that we need to develop not just the capacity in our farms to produce, but also the logistical capacity to be able to export, especially for horticulture, which is highly perishable. So we're talking of air connection to the specific countries, and also the cold store chain, because from the airport all the way from the farm, we must maintain those standards that have to do with cold store. So I think this is a good conversation between the investors, the service providers, the support and across the entire value chain, so that wherever there are gaps, we can be able to connect. But I think more importantly is also to assert that COMESA has a 682 million population. This population is enough to satisfy much of what we are able to have in surplus within the region. So as we think outside, what can we do internally to also help each other in terms of the surplus products? Thank you.
Like I asked you, a very Kenyan question. You know, we moved to a middle-income country, and Tanzania and Ethiopia are yet to be moved to that category. So they have a quota. Their products are maybe already, but ours are not. So does that make that's disadvantage our Kenyan group?
Yeah. So Kenya being a mid-level country is a decision we made a few years back, which also had implications. And the implication is that our entry into certain markets attracts taxes that are not there for the LDCs. So what we are doing currently is to negotiate with specific countries, like in the case of China, for example, so that we have a bilateral that allows us to enjoy the same benefits. So that can be remedied at the bilateral level on a country-to-country conversation, and that has already started. But also it's good to appreciate that Kenya also has the cost structure of our product is much different. So I think there are many other advantages just beyond the levies and the taxes that we are charged as we get into those markets. But on bilateral level, we are working on it.
How many countries are you talking with, especially for agriculture?
About five bilateral.
Waziri, just a quick question. In terms of our exports, how much of it goes to the COMESA market, and what are we doing to increase that market?
I think the volumes are not very high, and that's why we need to have this conversation. But also what happens is that a good number of the countries tend to produce more or less the same thing. So that's really where we also need to look at product diversification, so that we have other opportunities across the world. But the world is now looking outward. We don't want to imagine that the only time we can sell is when we sell to each other. What we need to look is, what does Kenya have in excess? Like we have excess milk, coffee, we have tea, whereas the other countries don't have that. So we need to work around that. Thank you. I want Chairman of COMESA, who is also the Minister for Transport and Trade from Burundi. Please welcome.
Go ahead. Ask in English. So maybe you can tell us about how we can deal with non-tariff barriers, especially to enhance trade within the COMESA region.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And I would like firstly to commend the government of Kenya and the COMESA to organize this event. And as my government, Burundi, we are very interested in the sector of horticulture, because we have a small country and we are not capable to compete with a great country like Kenya in such terms of high quantity of agriculture. It means maize or rice. So we put a lot of effort on horticulture. Fruit and tropical fruits. And what I'm saying is that to ensure that we can harness and take advantage of our potential, we have to be able to collaborate, to have strong partnerships. Firstly, in terms of training, and I thank the government of Kenya that they have that such program to bring African farmers and train them, and I think that our government can beneficiate of that offer. And then we have shared interest in terms of consumption. We have a common market that client in Burundi can have beneficial the market here in Kenya, and then also Kenya client can go to Burundi and get some product. And in this situation, we can improve the trade in our region. In addition, what I can say is that we have some challenges in terms of standards, in terms of bringing our farmer to get technical so that they can access to market. And it is in this kind of platform that we can help each other to meet those standards. And a country like Kenya that have a lot of experience in such a sector can train us, and we can be able to maybe access to European market, to get with a platform that can allow us to beneficiate the experience that already has gained by others. Yeah.
What is the region doing to ensure that they continue with productivity even in the face of the residual climate change?
Yeah, I think the climate change is an issue for farmers, that they have to be sure that the cost of the production is high. So we have to get some strategy and mechanisms to normally, firstly, finance them in a way that they can be resilient to the climate change. Secondly, to bring new techniques, to train them with new techniques. I mean, for my country as Burundi, we are trying to develop greenhouse agriculture. This is something that can help our farmers, and we can also try to engage the worldwide community so that they have to be aware that this is an issue that is global. And then this is something that Burundi and other countries in the COMESA area have to put effort to support those farmers in terms of be resilient in climate change. That's what I can say.
So maybe just a quick question to Aziri. So for the longest time here in Kenya, the horticultural exports have been our biggest export earners. Sorry?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying for the longest time in Kenya, when I see us, our exports, particularly tea, coffee, flowers, were our biggest forex earners. Today, that is not the case. And I just wanted to know, what is the government doing and what kind of investments are you making to make sure that horticultural exports then go back to being our biggest forex earners?
Well, you know, let's get one thing straight. The problem is not when something becomes the number one or number two or number three export. The problem is if you have become number two as a result of dropping the quantity. If you are increasing the quantity and you have become number three or number four, it simply means that something else has grown even bigger than when you are, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. So, for example, horticulture is number three at the moment because of tea and tourism. But maybe with the increase that we are expanding in the markets in the other regions that we are opening the markets, it could easily go also to number one. So for me, the issue is, are we growing or not? If we are growing, then let's all grow together. Let all the crops grow together, tea, coffee, etc. You have seen the growth in avocado, growing very, 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 very quickly. And we have no doubt that avocado is going to be one of the key, export crops in the future. So with that kind of ecosystem that we have, it simply tells you that we have huge opportunities. All we need to do is partner properly with the regions, the rest of the world, the European Union. If we add value, we give more money to the farmers. And I keep repeating, and I'm not going to get tired of doing so, that even as we discuss horticulture or any other agricultural product, let us never forget to focus on the farmer. We are discussing horticulture because a farmer has invested. A farmer is waking up in the morning and growing flowers, is growing vegetables, and so on. Let's remember that if we empower the farmer, we can empower the industry.
Yes, so lastly, we've seen particularly with the demand from European customers, they're very big on sustainability and making sure if the flowers that are being grown in Kenya, that it goes down the ecosystem from our farmers, the remuneration of the farmers to the kind of inputs that is being put there. So I want to know, what are you doing as the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that you also prepare the farmers and the players in that sector to make sure that they align with that sustainability demand?
Okay, let me also again be clear. The reason why we want climate smart farming is not to align ourselves with Europeans or to align ourselves with anybody else. It is in the interest of our people that we use the correct pesticides. And it is in the interest of our people that we conserve our climate. It is in the interest of our people that we protect our forests, even as we do whatever we are doing. So I think we must not perpetuate the notion that we are doing what we are doing because of the Europeans. It is not. The Europeans have got that standard going in their own countries. They want to protect their climate, as they should. We want also to protect our climate, as we should. And therefore, what we are trying to do is align with best practice so that we protect our environment, so that we protect our people, and so that we can create smart farming, climate smart farming, not just letting our environment go down to the dogs. And you know we should. For example, let me give you a very good example. And we are working with the forestry department and all that. You know that Nyayo T-zones are designed to protect the forests, incursions into the forest. It is also in our interest that we look at where we are farming. If, for example, we are farming in very steep areas, it is in our interest that we plant trees in those steep areas because they stop soil erosion, they stop chemicals going into the rivers, etc., etc., etc. So, yes, we want to maintain high standards, but it's for our own interest. And I think that there's a representative here from the European Union. Maybe you can also ask her that question.
On behalf of the EU Ambassador to Zambia and COMESA, Madam Carolina Stasiak, it is our great privilege to be today in Nairobi, and we would like to really extend our warmest thanks to the COMESA Secretariat, with Her Excellency the Secretary General, to the Government of Kenya with the Honorable Cabinet Secretaries, and to the COMESA Business Council and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers for hosting this very important event. We are extremely proud that the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect is happening here today. It is very much aligned with the EU Global Gateway Strategy, with boosting the trade relations between two very important blocs, the EU and the COMESA region. And as already mentioned by the previous honorable speakers, it is very much aligned with standards, with compliance with sustainability regulation, making sure that the regulatory framework, that the harmonization of the regulatory framework is there, making sure that there is intra-African regional trade and regional integration in line with the African continental free trade area. So this is just to reiterate that the EU is a stable and committed partner to COMESA and to the COMESA member states in this endeavor, and we are very honored and privileged to be here today. Thank you so much.
Tumemaliza. Asanteni.
Well, if you're just joining us, the 24th COMESA Heads of State and Government Summit is currently happening at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Of course, our very own journalist, that is Rioba, was talking to the Cabinet Secretaries of Trade, that is Lee Kinyanjui, and his agriculture counterpart Mutai Kagwe, following the 18th COMESA Business Forum exhibition and COMESA EU Horticulture Connect Summit. Of course, that is hand in hand with the 24th COMESA Heads of State. And of course, this year's theme will be leveraging on digitization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. And of course, our speakers were able to, of course, address some of the issues that were raised in that particular COMESA EU Horticulture Connect. And of course, let me start with the speech of the Agriculture Cabinet Secretary, that is Mutai Kagwe, who has been calling for the use of safer pesticides so as to not disturb the environment and of course ensure the end consumers are not affected as well. The 21 member states of COMESA, that includes Burundi, Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Kenya, Libya, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritania, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And of course, was the largest bloc on the continent with an estimated GDP of $1 trillion and a population of over 600 million people, which offers investment opportunities for the horticultural sector. He clearly underscored, that is the Agriculture Cabinet Secretary, Mutai Kagwe, clearly stating that indeed agriculture sector as a whole can contribute to the country's GDP. And of course, citing an example here in Kenya, he clearly stated that in 2024, Kenya's horticulture export were valued at 137 billion Kenya shillings, USD of 1.06 billion, and also touching that with flowers, fruits and vegetables shipped to more than 70 countries worldwide. He also touched upon cut flowers remain our flagship, and of course clearly stating that the daily basis export of 60 million stems, equivalent to 40% of all roses sold in the European Union, and this earned us over 72 billion in 2024, clearly stating that the sector also employs more than 200,000 workers who directly benefit, with the majority being women and youths, and through backward and forward linkages, another 4 million people. Now, most recently, the CS has also emphasized on avocados and fruits are becoming Kenya's fast-growing exports, with avocado exports rising to 128,000 metric tons in 2024, making it Africa's top avocado producer. And of course, this exports brought in more than 159 million USD. That was the Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe just emphasizing on the strides Kenya has been able to make in various sectors, including the horticulture industry, which is a booming industry according to the CS. Let's sample some of the views that were made by the Trade Cabinet Secretary, that is Ali Kenya Njuim. He clearly stated that Kenya has taken steps to attract investors by addressing key issues such as profit repatriation and currency and political stability, as well as skill dynamic youth. Kenya is trying to position itself as a dedicated hub for exports and 93% on green energy. That is the Trade Cabinet Secretary, also underscoring a similar note, stating that there are opportunities vast, but success requires greater investment, partnerships and bold innovations. It is the private sector, he clearly underscored, that must drive this transformation by scaling up production, embracing standards and building across-border linkages that COMESA, horticulture globally competitive. He also underscored that Kenya is privileged to host this event, which brings together policymaker, private sector leaders, as well as development partners to foster new trade and investment opportunities that will strengthen horticulture value chains, not only in the 21 member states of COMESA, but the vast region as well. He also underscored that he hopes, he will come up with concrete solutions to some of the challenges bedeviling the region. He clearly states that strengthening horticulture value chains, the sector is for immense importance of Africa's leading exporter. And of course, those are some of the stories that we're keeping an eye on the 24th COMESA summit that is currently happening at KICC. Also, a number of stories that we're keeping also an eye on at this hour is that the president is currently leading the launch of the major retired, that is Masden Madoka's book, at Ready State House, Nairobi, and we'll be informing you what will transpire in that particular book launch at State House, Nairobi. Also, the country's second in command resource mobilization from small-scale traders affected in the Sugumu fire tragedy, Garissa town constituency in Garissa County. That is where the second in command and a host of leaders, Kenya Kwanza leaders, are currently attending. But let's revisit that story that I just told you about, where the president is currently leading the launch of Major Retired Masden Madoka's book at the Ready at State House, Nairobi. I do believe we do have images of that particular session. We'll be heading over there right now. You can see the president and other dignitaries are currently seated and listening to the retired major. Let's listen in.
Really well with the officers of Kenya Breweries. After that, they made me a director of Kenya Breweries and a director of East African Breweries. And the salary, I must say, was attractive. And I certainly enjoyed that fat salary of the breweries. But as we went on, I got interested in, once I left the army, I felt that, and the breweries was there, I stayed and I got involved very much with other social organizations. I joined sports. I took up boxing, became chairman of Boxing Association. I went into the boxing, world boxing and got promotions there. And I enjoyed boxing. And in Kenya itself, up to today, I know that I did a lot for boxing in Kenya. We won the first gold medal in boxing during my era.
And we do apologize for that technical hitch. If you're just joining us, that is the launch of Major Retired Madsen Madoka's book titled At the Ready at State House Nairobi, where the president is currently leading that particular exercise. His second in command is all the way in Garissa County, leading a resource mobilization for small-scale traders affected by the Sugmugdi fire tragedy in Garissa Town constituency. When we get those links, we'll be sharing them with you. But our keen focus is on the 24th COMESA summit that is currently happening at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. We do have our able reporters, business reporters, that is currently at KICC. You saw them a little bit earlier, Rona, that is Betty Kiptum. We do have Caroline Njenga, as well as Alan Aoko, as well as Rioba. They'll be informing us on some of the key events that will be unfolding at KICC. What this morning was able to take place was the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect that has ended a while ago with a press briefing outside the halls of where the discourse were happening. And of course, they have talked on a number of issues. That is the Trade Cabinet Secretary, Lee Kinyanjui, as well as his agriculture counterpart, Mutahi Kagwe. But we need to wrap it up so that we can hand you over to our normal programming as and when that particular session will be coming back on. Do not worry, you'll be getting your latest details on the 24th COMESA Summit, of course, both on and offline from KBC Channel 1. So stay tuned, do not go too far. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim. The sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Baron Abuli.
Hello and welcome to a new edition of Eco Africa. Tackling the climate crisis takes skills and imagination. It means transforming the way we think about everything. And for that, we need people with vision and people with know-how. I am Chris Alems, coming to you from Lagos, Nigeria.
And I am Sandra Kahumza Twinobrio, joining you from Kampala. Well, we've got some great reports from across the continent this week that explore what it takes to change the game. Here is what we have coming up. How aquaculture is boosting food security and living standards in Nigeria. How the shoe industry in Brazil is going green. And find out how an island in Somalia is fighting energy poverty. But we start the show right here in Uganda. We are heading a little east of the capital to visit a female farmer who is showing just how much can be achieved with self-confidence, expertise, and a passion for sharing it. Allow me to introduce this week's eco hero, a woman who has great energy and so many ideas to spare. She is not just tapping the potential of Uganda's young people, but the continent's potential to feed the world.
My name is Nalima Emma. I'm a vet by profession. I'm a mother, a wife, a farmer, and an educator. I'm 43 years old. We're in Bwerenga village, Wakiso district, in Uganda in East Africa. I started farming just to put food on my table. But what I did it so well that I had more than I needed to eat. Then I started selling. So I became successful in that when I'm like, okay, wait a minute. What if I pass on this knowledge to my community. Now you notice it's all clean, but in other places, if it's not clean, it will be moldy. Like now, you see? That means the people who washed the trays. It's not us. When you planted. No, us. So we opened it to many people, and I'm happy that I've been able to train as many people as possible, youth, women, children. We've opened a school, MSc Junior School, and the stories, it's so satisfying. It's very satisfying when someone calls you saying, I came to your farm, you taught me this, now I have this. But many people called back saying they have food on their table, and I'm proud of that. I love animals, so I treat animals. I listen to them, I care for them. Being a farmer is a noble job, because if, as a farmer, I don't keep my animals, I don't keep the cows and get milk out of them, I don't dig, I don't get vegetables and everything, then you people won't be able to eat. No, actually, I'm not a teacher. I'm not a teacher, but in school, actually, in this school, we do a lot of practicals. So MSc Junior School is called Math, Science and Technology. Our vision is to make sure that every child, tap each child's potential through farming. It's a normal school with a bias to agriculture, so we use agriculture to teach.
Some few plants have twin system, like that plant over there.
So we are not training them to become farmers, but we're giving them skills, because farming makes you patient. There's so much, like a farmer, being a farmer is something that, I don't know, there's so many skills there, there's so many virtues there. Team building, responsibility. They have this plant they're going to look after. They have this chick they're looking after till the end. I see what we've gone through with the children, the way we nurture them. They're confident, they touch, they feel, they understand. If I had the powers, I'd make sure every school is like my school. I've achieved so many accolades and awards as a farmer. Things I'd never thought. I was best farmer 2014. When I gave birth to my last born, she's now 4. So I'd just come out of hospital. 3 days out of hospital, I received a phone call from President Obasanjo saying, wow, you won the Africa Food Prize 2019. And I'm like, oh. So, and this is something, you know, it's not a competition. You don't know they are watching you, and you know. So it was something nice.
Welcome, distinguished panelists. Okay, thank you very much, esteemed panelists, and welcome to this panel. We are going to have a round of questions asked to you, just to share your experience, as I mentioned in my opening remark. I will start with Mr. Hosea Machuki. How do weak infrastructure and high logistic costs limit farmers' ability to access EU market?
Thank you very much, Providence, for that question. Let me set the stage by saying that the COMESA region occupies just about 11.8 million square kilometers. And the market we are talking about in the EU is about 30% of that. Now, majority of the producers in COMESA, out of the 640 million or so, are smallholders. But we have to appreciate that horticulture is about speed, precision, and getting to the market in controlled temperature. Now, when we have a range of infrastructure problems, if you go to the rural areas, our roads may not be as motorable for the fresh produce to move as we wish. Over the weekend, I was some 380 kilometers west of Nairobi, and I had to drive through 20 kilometers of serious earth road. 20 kilometers took me about an hour and a half. Now, for fresh produce to move, it's not easy. We, as COMESA, have done well in certain things. We have our airports and ports, but they can be more efficient so that we can move our fresh produce. We need to develop more cold storage systems, hinterland, so that as we take advantage of the multimodal transport system of rail, road, and air, we are able to connect the smallholder farmers from wherever they are to the point of exit. And I know that we can have better, infrastructure at the ports. We have developed in some countries within COMESA railway systems, but if they are so weak that we don't utilize them, an example of the Republic of Kenya, we have a wonderful SGR that is passenger and dry cargo. We haven't utilized it as much for fresh produce. And I know this could be the same in many other COMESA countries. Logistics is probably the largest part of what consumes our cost of production and trade. Let me just read for you a couple of statistics from the airports from where we export our fresh produce. Take an airport like Schiphol in Netherlands, and you're moving a kilo of fresh produce out of JKIA. You're going to pay $2.80 to $3.40 if you're lucky. And this is not during Valentine, and this is not during the high season. And Tebe, you're going to pay $2.20 to $2.60. Ethiopia, you're going to pay $1.60 to $2.20
per kilo.
Per kilo. Dar es Salaam, $2.50 to $2.80. Lusaka, $2.70 to $3.10. Kigali, Rwanda, $2.30, $2.60. And Harare, $2.60 to $3 a kilo. So you tell me, the distance between Morocco and Spain, who knows? 14 kilometers by boat. Now you're growing French beans here in COMESA, and some guy is growing French beans in Morocco. And what is your market? Spain. 14 kilometers by boat, you have to fly them. How are we going to be competitive? So we need to probably, utilize sea freight. We hope that someday the Red Sea crisis will be finished once and for all, so that we go back to 28, 30 days of shipment. When we have infrastructure that is not supportive of the business, and we have logistics nightmares, hinterland, and at the point of exit, then we basically erode our competitiveness. So smallholder farmers sometimes do not participate in the COMESA or Africa EU trade simply because, not because they don't grow, they can grow, they have the land, probably they have the technology, but the infrastructure that is needed to support their business is not up to standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosea, for sharing those insights. And moving ahead, Mr. Rashid, as an exporter, what are the biggest regulatory hurdles do you face when trying to export to EU?
Thank you very much. And I think that's a really good question. And maybe my question back to you will be, how long do I have when you ask me about challenges? So good morning, everyone. My name is Ashon Rashid. I'm the CEO and founder of Souk Farms, which is a horticultural enterprise in Rwanda, where we produce, process, and export fresh fruits and vegetables, such as fine beans, avocados, chilies, sugar snaps, and snow peas. We work with over about 1,200 smallholder farmers, and we also employ more than 900 youth, actually, in our business across our farms. Prudence, when you ask me about the challenges on the regulatory framework, there are many. But what I would do is just summarize the key ones that impact majority of COMESA exporters. And I think the first one was mentioned quite nicely by Honorable Minister earlier on, when he talked about the goalpost changing just when you think you're at the finish line. It's something we shouldn't underestimate, because the regulatory environment is very dynamic. Because it's so dynamic, it's also very difficult to stay on top of it. So I'll give you a perfect example. Just 2 days ago, we had 5 tons of fine beans in the Manchester airport stopped for 2 days. And the reason is because there's a new regulatory requirement to have a stamp on your pallets to say that your pallets have been treated. That's a new regulation that we're not aware of, that sort of caught us in arrears. And that's just one example in just 2 days. If I go back another month, you probably have many, many more examples of such also, where the regulatory environment is constantly changing. Even for things like maximum residual levels, it's also similar, where there is non-stop updates in terms of what is allowed, the minimum limits, maximum limits for chemicals also. So that could be quite challenging for exporters to stay on top of. And I think what makes it also more difficult is there isn't a sort of cohesive information source for this. You need to get that information from many different sources, bring it together and translate it into what it means for your business. So that could be quite challenging. I think the more obvious challenges are things like the cost of certifications. So at Souk, we have Global Gap, we have SMETA, we have LEAF, we have GRASP, we have BRC, HACCP, and I can keep going for hours. But what is quite interesting about all these certificates is they all cover majority of the same things. Global Gap, GRASP, and LEAF, they cover good agricultural practice, food safety, etc. Same with BRC, it's mostly about food safety and packaging. SMETA is social sustainability, which is also covered by Global Gap. So there is quite a lot of sort of duplication in certifications, which brings a lot of cost also to the growers, because each certification, depending on your certifying body, could cost you anywhere from $1,000 to even up to $5,000, depending on the certification, and that's excluding the cost of infrastructure you need for that certification also. So this could be quite challenging, especially for smallholder farmers who we work with also. I think I will pause for now, because if you give me the chance, I will be talking for the next 3 hours. So please don't tempt me with a good time, I would say.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. I know since you are in the business, definitely you will have many more challenges to share with us. Moving ahead, let me ask Mr. Todros from Ethiopia. How can farmer cooperative reduce the cost and the complexity of compliance with EU standard?
Thank you, Providence. I think it's well articulated by my brother. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are a number of certification schemes with similar parameters as well. I know there are initiatives to harmonize those initiatives, but it has to go through in an expedited manner. The differences are quite small. Coming to the cooperatives, I think the cooperatives can play quite pivotal role in terms of certification issues. For example, right now Global Gap has allowed the option to certification scheme in which smallholder farmers can be certified together. But unpacking the issues to the local context is quite critical and important. And cooperatives can play this role. They can play a role in capacity building, undertaking internal audit systems, building the capacity of documentation and the like. These are the critical deficiencies usually with regard to smallholder farmers. The second role that they could play is, dealing with perishable products. It requires having smart and efficient agro-logistic setup. Without efficient and smart agro-logistic setup, it's quite difficult to be competitive in the perishable industry. I think Jose has mentioned the details. So cooperatives can foster a role with regard to establishing, communal pack houses, cold trucks, cold warehouses and the like. This is a role that they can play. Otherwise, the cost for individual smallholder farmers is quite expensive. The other role that they could play is they can foster a relationship with institutions. Fortunately, there are different institutions that are supporting various certification schemes. COLID is there. COLID has been trying to support different institutions, but cooperatives can play a role to foster linkage with such type of institutions. We have PAM in this panel. PAM is also playing quite important role in terms of building the capacity of farmer organizations, producing companies and the like. They can foster also this role. They can also avail digital tools that are affordable and accessible to the smallholder farmers as well. Unless we create these ecosystems, the landscape for certification is changing, and it's changing very fast. And the cost is coming only to producers. If I draw comparison post-COVID period, everything is building on producers. The cost of logistics is kept on skyrocketing. The cost of input is increasing. The cost of compliance is increasing. Everything is increasing on producers. It requires a joint action from all the supply chain actors. But I think cooperatives need to be proactive to work with different stakeholders and minimizing the cost of certification as well. Thank you.
Thank you for those insights, and it is well noted. As we move ahead, let me invite Mr. Peter from PUM. Beyond compliance, smallholder farmers struggle with connecting to EU buyers. What practical steps can be taken to strengthen market linkages and trust between farmers and the European market? Importance.
Yes. You sent me the question on beforehand, and I really thought about it, and I checked it with a lot of people, but we all agreed on the fact that smallholders will never enter into a relationship with retailers directly. That's impossible. I think the two solutions that we have to offer are sitting in the middle of this important line of important people. The cooperative and the export company. They know what regulations they have to face and they have to meet. They know everything about the paperwork. Unfortunately, and I fully recognize the problem, that we have so many certificates because we are the European Union, but let's say the union is not always there. So, that is very costly, and that's maybe an issue that we should raise on, let's say, the high level in the discussions of COMESA and the EU. So, in a nutshell, I would say that's the answer to your question.
Thank you. And I think we're in agreement by hearing the experience that both Rashid and Todros and Hosea shared. We are in agreement with your response. Yes. Let's invite now our colleague from KEFIS, Madam Janet. How can COMESA and the EU work together more effectively to support compliances with SPS and TBT measures?
Sorry for that. My name is Janet Odongo. I'm representing the MD KEFIS, Professor Theophilus Mutui. He sends his greetings and kind regards. He's held in a meeting today just to be able, we have our auditors from the European Union who are auditing our systems the whole of this week and next week for continued compliance. So kindly receive his regards.
Thank you.
On the question of how we can collaborate, the COMESA region and the EU, how they can collaborate just so that we increase compliance. Currently, the challenges that we face as an organization in supporting farmers to be able to be compliant and meet the EU regulations, we could start with capacity building. Capacity building for our farmers, capacity building for our exporters, capacity building for government agencies that are involved in assisting the farmers all the way from the farm to the point of exit. We could also, COMESA and EU could also come in and help us with upgrading or upscaling our diagnostic labs so that we could also get more equipment to be able to carry out the tests that we carry, the diagnostic tests that we carry, the tests that we carry for checking the exceedance of maximum residue levels in our produce that goes to EU. So having more staff that are trained, having more equipment that are actually very high-tech would be able to help us to beat the turnaround time. And then also we have the digital platform that we use to serve our clients because you can imagine the turnaround times that are required to be able to have the fresh produce, the perishables, exit the country. So we have, currently we have the IEICS, that is the Integrated Import and Export Certification System. So upgrading it to a more efficient version really would really come in handy to be able to really just help us so that we are able to offer these services in good time and the turnaround time is good. And then the before speakers have also spoken about the infrastructure. They've spoken about cold chain storages that could be of great help to our farmers, if, especially the smallholder farmers who are not able to put in place cold chain storages at their pack houses or facilities. If the COMESA and EU could come in to put up aggregation points with cold chain storage, that would really come in handy to be able to help our farmers. So really, there's a lot that can be done. There's space to do that. KEFIS is a focal point that can be able to really just bring everybody on board and see what can be done so that we have better market. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Janet. The good things we have both of my boss here, the Assistant Secretary General of Programs, and the Assistant Secretary General in charge of Admin and Finance. We have our EU representative of the EU delegation to Zambia and the COMESA in the room, and some of the solution you have provided, we're already working on it in an ongoing program. I think we'll even strengthen it more in the upcoming program on Africa competitiveness and access to market that the EU is funding and will be implementing soon. Thank you for highlighting that and coming from the member state to really show that what we are doing at the Secretariat is really solving the needs of the member state. As we go ahead with our last round of questions, again going back to Mr. Hosea, what investments are most urgently needed to support export of horticulture to EU?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I do not work for Safaricom. But this week I have decided to carry this notebook because we are talking about digitizing trade. And for those of you who are familiar with these guys called Safaricom, they have revolutionized the way we do things here in Kenya. And part of the EAC, that I can send money from my account to his account in less than a minute. You know how much? Euros. And that we can transact business. What is needed yesterday is, number one, internet. You know, the Great Republic of Kenya had one athlete who learned how to do javelin from YouTube And he went on to the international stage and won a gold medal. Right? That's what it means. So some farmer somewhere within COMESA, having internet, can be able to learn actually how to grow certain crops, take care of certain, vegetables or flowers or fruits, and learn how to manage pests and diseases from internet, and learn what is needed within the African market or within the EU. So internet connectivity, yesterday, in every village. And we are requesting our governments, if they can spend a little money, put some little money where their mouths are in infrastructure to do the roads and electricity, so that we are able to get to the last miles of the villages, and then the people who are on the farms can actually control the temperatures of the produce that they harvest. That is needed. I know I will not be in the room on 9th when they sit. For those of you who will be in the room, please tell them I have said that they need to ensure that every village has electricity and that the roads are motorable so that we can move our horticulture produce. Then we need to ensure that we maintain quality of the produce that we have, because I can tell you, Solanum tuberosum, as we call it, the potato, here in Kenya we call it waru, grown in Europe, grown in Africa, grown within COMESA, same variety. But how we move it from point X to Y and how we store it is dependent on the infrastructure that we have. So we need to invest on infrastructure that maintains the integrity and quality of fresh produce. And because we are in a business called just in time, we need to, I don't know how, but we need to find a system of encouraging the vessels, whether by sea or by air, that move our fresh produce from our COMESA partner states to the European Union and the UK. And I can tell you, the EU will continue to be an important partner in trade. And you heard our CS talk about it in the morning. Probably around about 70% of all that we export from Kenya, for example, is to the EU 27 and the UK. It doesn't mean that other markets are not important, but we are looking at expanding to other markets as well. But we need to have good internet, nice roads, electricity, and efficiency so that we are able to move our produce from the farms to the plates of the households within the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. And Mr. Peter, what digital tools can help smallholder farmers access EU market? And what role can digital platform or blockchain traceability play in directly connecting EU buyer with smallholder producers?
Okay. Now, as you heard, am I switched on?
Yeah, it's on.
The previous speaker already said that with respect to infrastructure, internet is of course very important. And without internet, we shouldn't discuss about, let's say, platforms to make registrations. I fully understand that infrastructure is one of the key problems for, in particular, smallholders to expand and to become involved in export through the cooperatives and exporters. But I've been traveling in Kenya in the past week, and what I also noticed is that knowledge, and the CS also referred to it, is one of the other key issues that should be addressed. And then in particular with respect to the use of chemicals for crop protection, fertilizers. I read on the internet that the export of Vegetables in Kenya fell down from $340 million in 2023 to 156 million in 2024. And it had to do with exceeding MRL, so the maximum residue levels. And that, of course, is something that should be in control. And if you look to the European Union, and I talk about the Netherlands first, is that you see that we have the obligation in the Netherlands that in 2040 there are no emissions anymore to the environment. So there is no way to make sure that the environment is suffering from production systems. And it has also serious impact for the use of chemicals. And in fact, the availability of the pesticides already is reducing year by year. That means also that exports from other countries to the EU will also facing that certain chemicals are not applicable and allowed anymore. And that also hampers, let's say, the means for the producers here to grow a healthy crop. So that is something that, I think knowledge development and then internet helps, of course, so you can do a lot online. Last week I noticed that let's say the young growers, the young future generation that is very familiar with all kinds of social media with their phone, they can do learning exercises by phone. That segment should be taken very well care of. And there it begins, I think.
Yes. Thank you very much for that, and it is well noted. And Mr. Rashid, if you could speak directly to EU buyer here today, we have some in the rooms. What would you like them to know about the potential of COMESA horticulture farmers?
Thank you, Providence, for that. So I think if we have EU buyers in the room, I think the first thing I'll say is pay more. That's number one. Oh, great. So pay more. But more seriously, I think maybe the first thing I'll start with is to talk about the potential. Because if you look at the COMESA region, we're actually blessed beyond what we think. Because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but COMESA region is actually the closest region to EU where you can produce year-round very easily. The next best thing is probably South America, which is at least, I would say, 50% more in terms of transit times, and also cost also. So I think we really, really underestimate the advantage we have in the COMESA region for producing year-round for fruit and vegetables. For fruit, it's easy. Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, we can easily produce vegetables all year round. For avocados, if you look at all our seasons combined, we can supply year-round to the EU market also. So the question is, why don't we take advantage of that? That's number one. I think if I look at also a lot of our relationships with our EU partners, it's mostly based on trade. And if there's one thing I'd like to really urge our EU buyers, I saw a few hands up. Great, I'll be catching you afterwards also. But if there's one thing I could really emphasize on is, let's think of a relationship beyond just trade. I will tell you two experiences I've had in the last 6 years. And that really, really, I guess, shook me to a core. I was in Nigeria recently trying to sell avocados to one of the largest supermarket chains in Nigeria. And I showed them our Hass avocados from Rwanda. And the gentleman said to me, "Oh, wow, these are beautiful avocados. You guys have Dutch avocados in Rwanda." Yeah. So I think we have a few folks from Netherlands here. I think we all know that probably you don't have one single tree of Hass avocados in the Netherlands. So, or you maybe one in your back garden, in a greenhouse most likely. But that was quite shocking to think of a buyer. This is a buyer, by the way, not realizing that just down the road, 4 hours flight away or 3.5 hours, depending on where you are, he can actually get Hass avocados. So what that means is our avocados from the COMESA region take a nice trip to the Netherlands. They go on holiday, enjoy the winter. They are repackaged and then sent back to places like West Africa. So if we think of a relationship around partnership, then that avocado can still go straight to, let's say, Nigeria or Ghana. But then it's a tripartite agreement where everybody unlocks value. Because what we've done now is we've just given quite a lot of nice value away to logistics, as opposed to actually just doing the same and keeping that value within the business. Same thing for flowers, by the way. I'm not sure if you're aware, we import a lot of flowers all across the continent from Europe. But those flowers, we actually, I think our Honorable Minister mentioned, we export about 40% or 43% of flowers into EU comes from Kenya, which is incredible. So I think we need to really start thinking about how do we actually deepen our partnerships or our relationship beyond trade. I was having dinner with a Peruvian exporter, with one of our importers from the UK recently. And they were telling me about a lot of the initiatives that they were investing in together. And the retail supermarket in the UK was actually investing directly in social sustainability initiatives in the Peruvian growers or outgrowers funds. That is, and of course what that means is that they're actually directly also benefiting from a more socially responsible sourcing. And I don't think we have a lot of things like that across the COMESA region. A lot of it is still around trade. I mean, I can speak about myself. I don't have my retailers in Europe investing in my farms yet. And the reason is Europe is still, or Africa is still somewhat seen as risky investment. So it's about limiting exposure and focusing on trade and imports, which is okay. But I think if we can supply reliably, then I think we can also absorb a little bit of additional investment in terms of deepening the partnerships to really, really unlock our value. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing those insights. And moving forward, Mr. Theodros, can you share example of smallholder farmers or cooperative who have successfully penetrated the EU market and what made them successful?
A very good question, Providence. Yeah. Before that, let me tell you the story of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a late entrant into the supply chain of horticulture, but within a span of 2 decades, now horticulture is among the top 3 forex earner to the national economy. How was the trajectory? Ethiopian Airlines invested a lot during the good days, I would say, before the carbon footprint discussions. I myself was also in the logistics. That gives us the capacity. Ethiopian Airlines kept on investing a lot in the freighter capacity as well as in the passenger belly. And the government came up with policies. And then there was massive promotion of investment and outgrower schemes as well. So within a short period of time, the growth is from grass to grace, becoming among the top 3 forex earners to the national economy. And the trickle-down effect is quite a lot in Ethiopia from the horticulture segment, especially the floriculture industry. We are the second largest now after Kenya. This trajectory needs to be replicated into the fruit and vegetable segment. This is where cooperatives, smallholder farmers are in the picture. So what are the success factors? Number 1, producers, they have to know the trends and the patterns of the market as well. They have to know the seasons, and they have to focus on quality. This sustainability is a lot. Sea freight is a lot in the agenda. So the importers, the retailers, they are giving focus on these things. Consistency is also the most critical point. If you are not consistent, there is no excuse from the side of importers as well. And in Africa, smallholders are fragmented. Their land holding is quite small, so aggregation is the most critical point 1. So logistics again is quite critical. If I tell you an example in Ethiopia, in the northern part of the country, we have a cooperative called Salam Avocado Producers. What they did, their land holding is for some of them below 1 hectare, but they managed to aggregate their plots together, and they worked on the certification schemes. But previously it was a challenge. Now with the group 2 option of Global Gap, they managed to certify. They are not dealing with retailers, but they are dealing with importers and middlemen as well to catalyze. Brokers for me are important. At times they are despised, but they play quite crucial and important role as far as they support the process as well. So this was how they manage. For 2 years, their logistics was in challenge. Ethiopia is a landlocked country, and the cost of reefer container was quite expensive, but because of some challenge, we are using the port of Djibouti. At times they lost the vessels, but now they are becoming quite perfect in terms of handling logistics as well. They are working with shipping companies closely. Planning is also the most quite critical point. There is no excuse on the side of importers if you miss the vessel and the like. So I think these are the critical issues. So as COMESA, I think we need to repurpose. We need to retrain as well our smallholder farmers. The market is a lot, as Jose was saying. And we have also preferential treatment by the European Union. Ethiopia and other countries who are on the scheme of everything but arms preferential treatment. There is no quota and tariff on us. And the market is a lot. And fortunately, the cost of doing business in the COMESA region is quite competitive if we draw comparison with other regions as well. The agroecology is also quite suitable, and our proximity to European Union is also an exceptional advantage, I would say. So this has to be changed into meaningful economical gains. For that to happen, I think we need to have proactively structured engagements as well. So this is what I can offer.
Thank you for sharing the success story from Ethiopia and also what we can do to replicate it. Let me invite Madam Janet again. What practical steps should be prioritized to ensure that horticultural products from COMESA country can enter EU market more smoothly?
Thank you. That's a timely question, very timely indeed. I think the first thing really is because the main bottleneck, it comes in with the market requirements. The fact being able to make sure that farmers at the COMESA region are able to meet the market requirements to be able to push through their produce to the international market really comes in key. So therefore, we would need training on the part of our farmers so that they are aware and they are able to comply with the market requirements. Actually, allow me to say they are ever-changing market requirements because they are ever-changing and the conditions are becoming stricter by day, giving us a lot of problems with interceptions at the countries of destination. So therefore, really training really and building capacity for our farmers, for our government agencies so that we are able to be competitive with the people we are competing or racing with in the international market. The others have been spoken, but there is no problem. I could still highlight in terms of logistics, making sure that the fresh produce, especially from farm to fork, making sure that the time that is spent in between when the produce is harvested at the farm to the time that it lands over to the table of the consumer, by trying really to bring in and bridge the gap so that we hasten that process. That would also be good. And that one would be done by really looking into one of the also bottlenecks in that section are the freight charges. And really, the other day, I think we were there with Hosea in Naivasha, Suswa, and we were trying to see how we could also have the rail deliver fresh produce from Naivasha all the way to Mombasa for the people who are doing by sea shipments. And we coined a small saying that was saying, Suswa, Reli, Bakameli. But the process was to take off some times back, but it has not taken off because really we are still haggling about the charges. So really, if we have COMESA and you come in and really help us, even maybe help subsidize the charges, the freight charges, in the cases especially like this particular example that I've given, so that it picks up, even if it is subsidized for just some time, as the Naivasha region picks up, that would really go a long way into really helping us to be able to bridge the gap. Yes. And then I also spoke about our testing capacity. Here in Kenya, KEFIS boasts of having the COMESA reference lab, so we are not doing badly, but upgrading and upscaling these labs would really help so that we improve on our detections, we improve on our turnaround time so that we are able to give our farmers, we are able to give feedback really in good time. So apart from that, I take a break?
Yes, thank you, Madam Janet. I wish time was on our side because there is a lot. This was an overview about the horticulture sector, the opportunity and the challenges. So before we conclude this session now, I will turn to the audience. We have about 5 minutes to wrap up. If there is anyone with a question, we can pick, yes, 3. So we start with our guests from EU. The mic, please. The technical team. Yes. So we just be one question, please, and then be concise and direct. There's a gentleman here in front, the next one, and there is another one behind. So.
Thank you. One question. Why are the flight charges so high from Africa to the EU? What's the reason? Or why are they more?
All right.
Is it falling away? No. Why are the rates more competitive from the EU, for example?
Okay. The question, I think,
I'll answer that.
Yes, Jose will answer, but let's pick the 3 questions. There's a gentleman here in the front.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Oui, je commence d'abord par féliciter ce qui s'est passé ici, en commençant par Merci. Je voulais dire ceci. Je commence d'abord par féliciter.
Thanks very much for the opening ceremony.
Ma préoccupation réside dans 2 points. La première préoccupation, si nous jetons le regard dans la salle, c'est très difficile. Et l'excellence l'a dit, soulever les mains, ces barrières que nous nous mettons nous-mêmes, parce que je vois déjà qui ressemblent à des Congolais, à des Kenyans, je ne sais pas différencier. C'est très important qu'on m'a réfléchi, dire que nous sommes un. Et par là maintenant, je pose la question aux investisseurs africains qui sont devant moi. Mes chers entrepreneurs, pourquoi vous ne tournez pas les regards vers l'Afrique? Votre business propre pour écouler. Si vous ne le faites pas, c'est parce que nous sommes pauvres, les Africains. Nous n'avons pas l'argent pour acheter vos produits frais. Par exemple, vous voulez aller en Europe, là, comme notre ami du Rwanda a dit, les contraintes. Notre ami de l'Union européenne, il a parlé de tarifs élevés. Il y en a de même pour notre ami qui venait de l'Éthiopie. Pourquoi aller là où il y a beaucoup? Pourquoi retourner vers vos frères africains et dans nos régions africaines? Voilà ma question. Si vous pouvez m'aider à comprendre.
Merci beaucoup. Last question. There's a gentleman in light blue.
Well, thank you very much. I want to go directly to the question. My name is Festus, member. The question concerns emerging trends in modern flora genetics and the challenge of genetically modified organisms and their effect on human health. And lastly, what efforts has the European Union taken to deepen legislation on chemical compounds used in perishable logistics? Because again, they have a crucial impact on human health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, can you help with the last question? Hosea, respond to the first. Theodros, you do the third one, please.
Now, of course, legislation with respect to the application of chemicals is based on human health. It is also why it is going to be reduced and more strict than ever. And it's also why we head up to, let's say, a situation where chemical crop protection is almost banned out of the production system, and that growers are more or less obliged to use natural solutions and, let's say, improve the soil, for instance, to get a more resilient crop, so that we can just do without those chemicals that affect health. So that's why.
Okay. Thank you. Hosea?
Yeah, thank you. Let me make an attempt to explain why the freight charges out of Africa are high. Now, I want you to imagine that you own an aircraft. Call it Boeing 747, the queen of the skies, and it's a cargo plane. Now, to fly from Nairobi to Heathrow or Nairobi to Schiphol, you need about $200,000 to $250,000 for a trip. The fuel, the navigation charges, landing and parking charges. Now, you have a choice to make. And you know, planes only make money when they are flying. When they are parked, they are at a loss. So for this vessel to keep flying, you need to have cargo in that vessel to pay for the $200,000 to $200,000 of the cost of that flight. So, because we are Africans and Africa is our business, we do not import as much of equipment, electronics, and so on and so forth, as they do our friends in China and the US, because there's something called disposable income per adult equivalent. We don't have as much. So this cargo plane will leave Cape Town or Johannesburg carrying some produce, land in Nairobi, fuel, carry our beautiful blooms and vegetables, and fly to Heathrow or Schiphol. If it comes back from Heathrow or Schiphol, it's carrying nothing. So who pays for that return trip?
The exporters.
You have to pay outbound cargo. So the inbound cargo out of European destinations to Africa is this much. So during COVID, what happened is that the cargo vessels found very lucrative business flying masks and ventilators out of China to various destinations. And they have not forgotten that. So they got used to carrying iPhones and other electronics from China to the rest of the world. And those guys pay premium. We cannot pay premium for our flowers and vegetables because the European consumer is not willing to add a cent of a euro because the freight charges are high. So when we packed our Kenya Airways, for example, we talked to them and told them, put the herbs and the flowers on the seats because there are no human beings flying, so we did that for a while. And we called it a preta. So that is the main reason. The cargo airlines find more lucrative business elsewhere. And because we have limited inbound cargo to take care of the cost of that flight, we have to pay for it. Now, certain countries in Europe have a dedicated aircrafts, charter aircrafts that bring tourists to see our beautiful wild animals, and they go back empty. In fact, if you put some fresh produce on those passenger bellies, they'll charge you probably less than $1. The trouble is the airports where they land, for example in Kenya, Mombasa International Airport does not have infrastructure to handle fresh produce. So it then becomes very difficult. And I know it's a case at Kilimanjaro. I mean, if you go to Kilimanjaro, I don't think you'll find a lot of cold rooms there. So if there's a charter that's coming, it's most likely going to fly back empty. But JKIA and DAR that have these facilities are not the favorite destinations for charter aircraft for tourists. So that is the main reason, in my opinion, why the air freight charges out of most airports in Africa are expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosea, for attempting that last.
Yeah. Let me also respond to the air freight issue. I think in Ethiopia, the landscape is completely different from Kenya. Fortunately, there we have Ethiopian Airlines. Right now, they own more than 11 777 cargo freighters, state-of-the-art one. And they have also managed to build the biggest cold warehouse in the continent, I would say. How we started with this, like 13 years back, 14 years back, for example, the focus of Ethiopian Airlines was on passengers, and they were having rented 2 MD-11 aircrafts and 1 rented 747, because I was in the logistics myself by then. But there was quite a symbiotic relationship, I would say, with the industry, and it is started to take the forecast from the industry, and they managed to place orders for the aircrafts. And their growth of the cargo business is in line with that one. Right now, from Addis it flies to Liège in Belgium, in the border between the Netherlands. It is due to be a military port. From there we track everything to the auction and the like in the Netherlands and other destinations. From Liège, they fly to different destinations, so the flight is not empty. And they make their routes through China. From China, there are lots of shipments destined to Africa as well. So right now, our price is the most competitive, I would say, in the continent. And I think we need to capitalize on Ethiopian Airlines to serve also the COMESA region as far as they come up with good value propositions. They have the capacity. They kept on investing on wide-body passenger aircrafts as well. We can use the belly for that one. But what we can transport on the air freight is high-value crops. We cannot transport medium and low-value crops. For the rest should be managed with sea freight as well. Yeah. Coming to the question with regard to why we are not trading within Africa, there is trade, but I do see lots of gray areas to be improved to bolster the trade, the intra-Africa trade, even within COMESA, even among the neighboring countries as well. But there are quite peculiar characteristics about the European Union market. You know, the price is quite good, it's quite consistent. As far as you are reliable, as far as you comply with the requirements, it pays premium prices as well, with consistency. In some of the countries within our continent, you know, the price is characterized by fluctuations. That is not the case with the European Union. So I think it doesn't contradict by itself to trade within Africa and also trade with other destinations as far as it's quite profitable to the producers. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists and the audience for sharing such invaluable insight and for engaging questions we received. We come to the end of our session, and we have heard about the challenges, the opportunity, but one key takeaway is that we can work together to address the challenge. We can work together as government, private sector, farmers, development partner present to work together to solve the different challenges through the PPP models, through group certification like we heard from Ethiopia, and the other model while we leverage on our technology. So thank you everyone, and I hand over again the mic to the MC.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If we can just stand at the front and we'll take a photo, a group photo.
That is
That is the end of the first panel at the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect here at the 24th COMESA Summit. And that particular panel was discussing a number of challenges that horticulture producers face as they transport their produce across borders. And one of the key issues that came out, of course, was the issue of high freight charges, the challenge in accessing freight space, which makes the export very expensive. That particular panel was about the overview of the COMESA horticulture sector and challenges faced by horticulture farmers accessing the EU market. Of course, considering that COMESA member states transport about $3.37 billion worth of horticultural products annually to the European Union, and 75% of this is transported to Netherlands, Germany, France, and Italy.
We're going to change the program a bit so that this will be our last panel before lunch. And I'll give you a bit of the details for lunch after that. So the next panel is a smaller panel, maybe talking a bit more technical issues around what we need to do to access this market. And we have two speakers. From FCDO is Mr. Watipaso Mkandawire. Welcome. And also from COLEAD, we have Dr. Chagema Kedera. Welcome. And I will have the privilege of having a conversation with them. Let's take the middle seats. So good afternoon, gentlemen. Maybe to start with, just to introduce yourselves and your organization so we know who we are dealing with here. Mr. Watipaso? I think it should be on.
How do you switch on this?
It is on.
It's on.
They are running it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Good morning or good afternoon. So my name is Watipaso Mkandaire. People might be wondering what's FCDO. That's a UK government. Most people used to know it as DFID, but DFID merged with the Foreign Office. So now we're called Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. So I'm based in London. I work in the Africa Directorate as a senior expert on regional food trade. And we work across in sub-Saharan Africa to promote food trade. Let me stop there, and I will come in to explain more about what we do as I explained there.
Okay, thanks. And Dr. Chagema COLEAD.
Yes, good afternoon. Chagema Kedera is my name. I am from COLEAD. COLEAD is Committee Linking Agriculture, Entrepreneurship and Development. It is a non-profit organization comprising of exporters from Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, and importers from Europe. It has been in existence for about 51 years old. Okay. And we are involved in three main areas. One is market access, where we look at market insights. We also look at research, innovations, and brokerage. And we also look at standards and regulations that affect produce moving between countries. We are also involved in strengthening value chain, where we provide technical assistance and training. And lastly, we also participate in linking with other entrepreneurs, wherever they are, so that we are effective. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's very interesting. So we've got people who are going to address some of the questions I think that have been raised earlier from a technical perspective. But here we are. I think one of the questions that was asked, Mr. Mkandaire, is about also trading internally. because we are talking about exporting food to the EU, but what is our capacity to produce our own food, making sure we have nutrition? And I know FCD also has a lot of work around finance and that kind of thing.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a very relevant question, especially right now when we're all talking about AFCDA, which has been the theme for many of the conferences and governments in terms of what they're doing. So in FCDO, one of the programs that we are managing is on regional trade. The whole reason is that we look at it, the whole reason for AFCTA or COMESA or SADC or ECOWAS is to promote that regional integration. And one of the major aspects for regional integration is trade. And when you look at the numbers in terms of intra-Africa trade, it still remains very low compared to intra-European trade and other continental trade. And the question has always been, why is there not trade happening within the region? So we established a program which is called Africa Food Trade and Resilience Program. It is managed out of Agra. We discovered that one of the key issues that is required is to ensure that there are predictable policies in the region. When you talk to investors, they say, well, if we invest in a value chain, for example, when we are trying to trade across into the region, we find that policies keep changing every day. I think somebody mentioned it right here. You will find that tomorrow there's an export ban, an import ban, or some new taxes. So it's very difficult for an investor to put resources into his business because they don't know whether tomorrow they're going to honor an export agreement that they had. So we have a program which is trying to, how do we bring predictability into the region in terms of enhancing trade? Secondly, we realize that smallholder farmers, which is the main base for most of the agricultural production, are fragmented. And it's very difficult to coordinate across sourcing from smallholder farmers. I think somebody mentioned here earlier on when we were discussing in terms of the fragmentation of the smallholder farmer, the inability to be able to harness and aggregate their produce and therefore retain quality. So one of the aspects of this program is to bring in who sources from smallholder farmers. And how do we make it possible for aggregators, for example, investing in aggregators to be able to work with smallholder farmers so that not only can they be compliant, but they are able to supply consistently on the produce. So this is very relevant also to the horticulture industry because if you look at that fragmentation, people talked about the first mile, how do we get the horticulture produce from the rural farmers with no road, with no cold rooms. If you have aggregators who you invest in, and like what this program is trying to do, you are able now to harness the produce from the smallholder farmers through the aggregators to the market. So that's one of the programs that we are working on, just to support the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I think if the more we do that, the more partners come in to look at working in partnership with institutions at the regional level to harness all this that is happening, we will be able to increase inter-Africa trade.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think it is interesting. I met a gentleman earlier who was telling me there are even now challenges moving product from Kenya to Djibouti, for instance. So again, all these issues and the stability of policy is also important. I think some of the other things that were mentioned also from the EU perspective, even our keynote speaker, the CS for Agriculture, mentioned changing regulations a lot of the time. And I think you mentioned that, Dr. Kedera. How are you able as co-lead to help people with market intelligence, technical support to help us meet all these? They seem to be changing, like you're saying, every 6 months.
The first point I would like to say is that a while back, we all said we are going to become part of the global village. When you become part of the global village, it means things have been unified. And then we moved to the stage under the WTO SPS agreement. And under the WTO SPS agreement, we all agreed that we'll use international standards. And where you do not apply international standards, then you must have technical justifications. To have the technical justification, you must invest resources in capacity building in order to generate the data. Now, I would say that the EU is one of those blocks or countries, if I may use that terminology, that has seriously invested in looking at the standards after being accepted internationally. What do they mean to the environment in terms of changing them? Because they do not just arbitrarily change them. They follow a due process. And that is why you are ending up with them changing their regulations on a regular basis. Now, if I were to ask here in our audience, how many of our countries, COMESA, have changed their regulations in the last 10 years? Because what we say is that we go by international standards. And international standards by nature is an agreement between parties. So it is not necessarily the best, but what can work. So the EU is going beyond what can work to what really is necessary. And that is where then we run into trouble. We have the product. The product range that is required in Europe is large. But we have not invested that much because of the limitations, as we know, in terms of looking at the standards such that we can move to a stage where we say we would like to fight for equivalence. The EU came up with a regulation yesterday. We would like to make it equivalent to what we apply. And that's a challenge. So investment in capacity is going to be very critical for us moving forward. The second element is in terms of these regulations as they pass, as provided for under the WTO, we are required or is expected of us to challenge those regulations. So from publication, you have time to challenge those regulations or that standard. What do we do? In most cases, we actually do not challenge until it is time for implementation. And that time, it is always late. So I would say that we need to start moving to an era of being proactive, looking at the regulations as they emerge and challenging as things go. If you look at pests, for example, the pests are with us 24/7. That is from January to December, every day. We don't have winter. So the pests are with us. The effective molecules to control these pests are manufactured where? So when the product is withdrawn and you have the pest, yet you have a product you need to sell, what happens? And that is the challenge. So collectively as COMESA, 21 countries, can we get together and start investing in terms of what we need to do? A pest that is more important in Zambia or in Ethiopia, I think we heard about airlines. Can we then work together such that we are able to move with speed in terms of either challenging a new regulation that the EU is proposing with data, or we can come up with a mechanism of response. But then, of course, there are new regulations that are coming up as we are talking today. For example, the one on packaging. You know, we talked about air transport being an issue. So there is air miles. Then you have got packaging as an issue. Then there is the element of due diligence. Now, due diligence, for example, does not apply to you as a producer in the region here. It applies to the importer in Europe. But he will put those requirements back to us. So what should we be doing as we do it? So I would say, yes, the regulations are changing. The capacity to comply is difficult, but we should start considering investing in the capacity to be able to challenge those regulations. And my last point on this is this. Compliance is a product of what the private sector does in combination with what the public sector assures. So the onus of compliance lies with the private sector. The onus of assuring compliance is with the private sector. Can we work together, both government and private sector to ensure that we are able to cope with the challenges. The second element is monitoring the changes that are occurring within the EU is our collective responsibility. Do not wait for the public sector institutions to actually find what the issue is. You are feeling the heat. Can you alert the public sector such that we collectively can be able to address the issues?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think sustainability is also becoming a bigger issue for all businesses. So it is something we have to live with going forward. It's not necessarily going to change. Coming back to you, Mr. Atipaso, one of the other issues is about competitiveness, because at the end of the day, you have to be able to sell at a price or get into a market that is working well, irrespective of your challenges. What are some of the strategies that we can utilize to get more competitiveness into these markets?
I want to be a little bit controversial on this question, especially when it comes to, I want to relate all my answers to horticulture and therefore agriculture. When we look at food security in Africa, in most of our countries, you find that smallholder farmers are the ones that we say they'll feed the nation. And they are the ones who produce the maize, who grow the rice, and who grow all the crops. If you look across in many of the countries in terms of, let's say, maize as a good example, you find that most of these farmers who are growing on a 1 acre plot of land are probably harvesting about under 2 tons an acre, 1 point something tons per acre. And we know that maize, best practice, you get about 15, 19, 20 tons per acre. And we keep on saying that smallholder farmers are going to feed Africa. That's the issue of competitiveness. The cost of inputs as a result of whether it's the soil fertility or the price of fertilizer, what you put in the soil for the smallholder farmers to grow that maize and what we get as a value is much, much lower. And whether we say, yes, we're going to increase competitiveness of the farmers, smallholder farmers probably are not a solution to food security in Africa in terms of the crops that we grow. Maybe they are a solution to some of the nutritious food, which are high value, which is horticulture. There is a program here in Kenya which is being run by an organization, if I remember correctly, called SINJ. They are doing what they call land aggregation. The whole reason is they found that the value of land for a smallholder farmer, they don't produce as much value per acre in terms of what they grow. And what they're trying to do is to aggregate that land, provide facilities like infrastructure like irrigation and etc., so that you can increase the value of that land and transfer that land to growing some of the high-value crops. The jury is still out there in terms of whether it's going to work. But the reality is we all know, if we ask in all our countries, what is the yield for the smallholder farmers? So the point I'm trying to say is land is one of the issues where competitiveness has to be thought about. Who should be growing our food for food security, and how can we make our smallholder farmers competitive to grow? They will still have land, yes, but what should they be growing? That's why I said I wanted to be a little bit controversial. It's something that people can think about, but from my own opinion is that that is one area that we have to look at. Land utilization and the issue of productivity. Of course, some of the things that we've been talking about, they've already been explained here, is about the logistics, the ability to provide that logistic. I was at one time working on a program in Uganda with our colleagues from Agra who are trying to find a way of creating off-takers of crops in Uganda, maize and others, into Kenya for some of the large importers. So we were working with aggregators, and we asked the aggregators in terms of whether they're able to fulfill the orders that are coming from Kenya. One of the challenges that came out was the very same thing about the trucking. The trucks carry the maize and other products, sorghum, into Kenya, and they come back empty. And they are not owned by the aggregators, so they have to hire it out. And not only that, the same trucks which might come empty because they want to fill in and make up for the price, they'll be carrying maybe firewood, they'll be carrying, so when we talk about contamination, so the quality aspect of how we produce and how we aggregate and how we transport becomes very important. This is one of the issues that we've been doing in terms of, as the UK government, the program that we're working with AGRA. How do we make aggregators, farmers, and others competitive by trying to solve some of these bottlenecks? One of our investment in Africa, for those who know it, is called Trademark Africa. The whole reason why the UK government invested in the Trademark Africa, plus other partners, is that element of border transit and trying to sort out how do we make our producers competitive. And Trademark Africa used to be Trademark East Africa. Now it's Trademark Africa because we realize continental trade now through the AfCFTA means you're looking at many borders and many of the corridors, whether it's the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, whether it's corridor to Ethiopia going up to the Horn, or whether it's East Africa. So Trademark Africa as one of the instruments for the UK government, and what we're still investing in is that element. How do you reduce the time on crossing the border? How do we create the digital aspect of trade to make it as cheaper and as faster for the businesses to be able to be transacting? So from UK perspective, we believe that one, inter-Africa trade is important. Two, we have to create instruments by partnering with African governments, with African institutions, to try to make that competitive a reality by, because if you look at whether it's COMESA, whether it's SADC, whether it's ECOWAS, they know what instruments should be put in place. It is about making them work. That's where we as UK government are coming in to partner with those institutions to say, let's work with you, let's see how your instruments can work to be able to create that competitiveness that we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Interesting comments, even the controversial ones. I think one of our challenges always, also in Africa, I think, is inputs. Because actually, if you look at one of the reasons the productivity is low, it's low input. So irrespective of the cost, if you are not putting any input, you will definitely not get any output. But coming back to you, Dr. Kedera, you deal also with connecting buyers and producers here in the market. What are some of the challenges and opportunities building trust and long-term relationships? Because I think one of the other problems always for trading is that stability, not just of policy, but stability of price, and knowing that I can invest and I'll be able to get my return.
Actually, we don't connect sellers and buyers. Okay. We are involved in supporting towards compliance with the requirements. As the regulations are there, you look at a value chain. Said we talk about strengthening a value chain. So how is that, whether it's avocado, potato, how is it produced? Is it complying with the requirements? What are the requirements? What good practices do you need to adopt? What certification do you need? How do you need to export it? So we look at that and therefore help build the capacity of both, as I indicated earlier, the private sector and the competent authority, so that they are able to work together towards compliance. And that way then the market goes. But the issue that we do in terms of market is looking for data, because we look at all sources of available data, and this is now available on the COLID website. When it comes to regulations, we also do monitor the regulations. We have got a program called Agri-Info. And if you go on site, you'll see the information of the changing regulations, when they'll come to place, what is the impact, so that you are able to monitor it actively. And then COLEAD does work through various programs, most of them supported by the EU. For example, in this region, we've had a program under PIP, which started about 2001, PIP2 2006, ADES Food Safety Program 2011, Fit for Market, which started about 2016. We had Fit for Market SPS. We are now ending up with Fit for Market SPS. But looking at the value chains from the beginning to the end, what are the issues? Now, if I was just to give, for example, looking at compliance with SPS issues, between 2020 and 2024, the number of interceptions from this region to the EU is about 1,287 due to various pests. I said we have got pests all through. Can this number be brought down? Yes. It can be brought down because the number that we have, 1,287, 663 of those are due to harmful organisms. The remaining is due to other issues like documentation. So 50% of the problem in terms of complying with the market requirements is documentation, and that should be the simplest of things to deal with. So we do this on a regular basis. We have got engagement, we have got webinars that people can plug into to learn. We also have what we call a platform for learning, e-learning, that anybody can learn in order to know about the new standards, how to comply, what is the requirements. All you do is register. So some part of it is self-paced, the other one is tutored, where you can actually look at what are the regulations, whether you're looking at issues to do with the global gap or whether you're looking at issues that relate to what the EU requires. The issue of compliance with the standards, we will not be able to run away from it. It is something we have to do, we have to actually look at. Now, the issue that has been brought up about intra-African trade, we say there's very little. But where is the data? Mm-hmm. Because data remains one of our biggest challenges. When you look for data, yes, currently we are using some of the data that is there. But how good is that data? We brought, for example, the importers from Europe to this session. If one was to ask the production calendar for avocado in Kenya, January to December, who has and what quantity? I don't know, Hosea, whether there is that figure there. It is something that we have to think about. Because if you want to trade is based on data. If there is no data, it becomes difficult. So even when it comes to intra-regional trade, there is an issue we have to look at. And when you look at the export data, for example, for Kenya, it's less than 5% of what is produced that is exported. So the remaining 95% is either in the market or in the region. But who is capturing it? So we really need to invest some resources in capturing the data. Sometimes back, there was a study that was done about domestic markets in this country. And one of the exporters, when he looked at the figures, he said he's no longer going to export because the market here would be cheaper to comply with because of the compliance requirements. So all these things are things that we have to look at as we try to make the COMESA region competitive. But I repeat what I said. Working together will make us competitive. Sharing information will make us competitive. But then let us invest some time in generating the data.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that ends well with our theme for today, which is about digitization, because digitization will help us significantly collect a lot of data at a much with lower cost and probably better quality data. So now we're at the part where we can ask the audience if they have any questions for these gentlemen. If you have a question, and there are some there, I see 2 hands, we'll take 3 first. 3 hands. The mics are around. Just keep your hand up so the mic can get to you. Here, there's one here. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Shall I start? Is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Please tell us your name
my
as
name
well.
is Oscar from the company Vetrasa. I'm one of the EU buyers. And I hear a lot about sustainability, a lot about the future, also a lot about training, and I think it captures all the essence. And I think in the previous panel also we heard between buyers and sellers we need to try to go beyond trade, not only looking at selling and buying, but what we can both contribute. And I was wondering how you see the organic movement within COMESA, or perhaps more specific in Kenya. I've seen a development in view of Kenyan avocado over the more than 10 years. It really improved in quality. There are many more exporters nowadays. And I think it may be the answer to a lot of questions regarding pesticides, regarding regulation in the European Union. And also our company, for example, tries to invest in the agriculture by train people, and train how to produce organic. And in the end, you see the soil will be more healthy, the product will be more strong, the plants will be more strong. So the product gets more lively. Okay. And I was wondering how you see this development.
Thank you. Yes, at the back there. Oh, we had Sean here. Go ahead, Rashid.
Yes, so it's Sean Rashid here from Souk Farms.
Yeah.
I had a question for Dr. Mr. Chekadera. I hope it's Dr. Professor Mr. or all of the above?
All the above.
All the above. So this might sound like a novice question, but I've always just wondered, in Europe, so we send our samples to Europe currently to get tested, and they give us results there's the expedited test that you get within 24 hours. We talked about almost 2,000 interceptions, I believe, in a year, you mentioned. But is there no reason why we can sort of upgrade our testing infrastructure here to give us results in 24 hours, which then enables farmers in the region to even test one day in advance of harvesting, as an example, to make sure that they are meeting regulatory requirements? Then we can reduce the 1,800 already by 600 that you mentioned. It's something that, I know it may sound very novice, but it's something that I've always figured this must be something quite simple already. Because as you know, we are beginning to get a reputation in the region as, issues with emerald exceedances, etc. So I think that might be a low-hanging fruit that we may want to consider as a quick fix to some of these emerald and pest issues also.
Okay, thank you. And there was a gentleman there at the back. Third question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anthony Chamanga. I'm representing TAHA. TAHA is Tanzania Horticultural Association. So you may wonder why Tanzania in a COMESA focused meeting. So TAHA in Tanzania, we are part of SEHA, amongst the key partners. So about intra-trade Africa, Dr. Mkandawile, you have spelled out very well about the reasons why we are, when it comes to intra-trade, we are struggling a lot. But there is one major reason, and that is about logistics. Again, logistics is really undermining performance of intra-trade in Africa. It is much easier to transport a ton of potatoes, say, to London or to Amsterdam than to transport a ton of potatoes from Tanzania to DRC. So it is very, very important for us in COMESA, EAC, and SADC to strengthen cross-trade infrastructure so as we are able to connect different countries. In terms of road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, but as well as strengthening air freight operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can go. Dr. Kedera, do you want to start?
I can start. Organic movement, it definitely has a future. It's a niche market that just needs to be nurtured to grow. People have started investment in it. Of course, as we explained, when it comes to pests, there still remains a challenge because of the endemic pests. So the starting point has to be done very carefully. So there is a very strong future for organic. Investments are required, and awareness in terms of what is being done where is actually ensured. There have been cases, I would say, where somebody has said they had an organic product and a pesticide was found on the surface. So responsible organic farming has a future, as far as I can tell. But we need to ensure that the practices that we adopt do work and work well. And it will help address the issues you've talked about, the sustainability issues, whether it is to do with pesticides, whether it's to do with the use of fertilizers and the like. So it has a future. The challenge that it faces, it has to do with our environment being very conducive to pests. Testing infrastructure is a very important aspect. If you check in Europe, most of the testing is by private labs and not public. If you come to our region, most of the testing is by public sector labs. And there's complaints. I come from the public sector, so I know what I'm talking about. There are complaints about the turnover time, the requirements for procurement and the like. These are things that come into place, but they can be improved. How can we improve it? There are a few private sector labs that are there, and they're doing the job well. How do we make sure that they work? I know through COMESA, there has been an initiative through identifying reference lab. But then the problem always comes, we go back to our nationalistic thinking and approach. Why do I want to go to narrow lab? I'm going to use my own. Those are things that have actually hampered us. And we are looking at, as you identify reference labs, do you develop standard operating procedures that are internalized, that anybody knows what they are doing? Because again, we always run into issues when we do regional instruments. We do not develop the required SOPs for operation. So you say you've got a regional tool, but internally you use national tools to operate. So what are you exactly doing? So that is an element that we need to work together. But together, I believe we have the capacity and the intent and energy to address all those issues. So there is potential that we can actually get together. If you look like, for example, we are talking about false codling moth. Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, going to Tanzania, it is everywhere. It's a pest that we can actually combine our resources and actually deal with. So can we then, as we've done with COMESA, break the boundaries and technically operate as is expected of us to get the desired results? Remember, together we stand, and individually.
Okay, thank you.
I know we've run out of time. Quickly, I think I want to comment on my good friend from Tanzania, Chamanga. Thank you for promoting me to doctor. I'm not yet doctor, so I'll try to work hard for that. We're so used to using acronyms. People might be wondering, he talked about SEHA. So SEHA is COMESA East Africa Horticulture Accelerator, which is a program that the UK government is investing in together with Gates Foundation through ACTESA. ACTESA are the one who are hosting. It's a platform of public and private sector actors to bring all these things that we've been talking about, specifically in the horticulture sector, whether it's issues of logistics, whether it's issue of seeds, whether it's issue of capital investment, so that private sector can have a source of the right capital. And I wanted to bring that aspect of capital, which is very important and as one of the crucial challenges that horticulture and other sectors are finding, which is do we have the right capital for the right value, part of the value chain? This is what has been happening, that most of the investment that is taking place, everyone goes onto the market and finds the same instrument to fund capital investment, to fund working capital, to fund development aspects. So part of the UK government initiative, like those who know AgDevco, is to find an instrument which invests into patient capital, which is the right capital for a long-term type of investment. So what Mr. Chamanga is talking about is real, and we believe that this platform, which there are a lot of partners on it, including the EU and others, could push a way of making horticulture industry competitive by taking the challenges of logistics and bringing them on the platform and say, how do we resolve some of these logistical issues, whether it's the cold chains, who invests in the cold chains and who brings the capital to invest in those cold chains, and who are the businesses that are doing this. I think partnership is the way forward. If we don't invest in partnerships, we're not going to move ahead. Last point I wanted to mention, and very important, I want to introduce my colleague Daniel Njiwa, who is there, who is the director at AGRA. AGRA is one of the institutions that UK government works with, and it's a very important institution in terms of working in the ag sector and trying to trigger some of the investment. They have a very important project which is starting up, which is called Food Corridors. I think I've introduced him so that you should see him, we should start talking to him, and how we can create those partnerships. Our partnerships ourselves with COMESA have been great. One last point on the data. We are working with COMESA, with Madam Providence, on the regional food balance sheet. The whole idea was, how do we invest in data infrastructure in the region? And COMESA had already introduced this long time ago to say we need a regional food balance sheet. So we took that as one of the big bets where UK money can be invested in to help COMESA develop the regional food balance sheet. I think that's a good start of trying to invest in data in the region to respond to some of the questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a big round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much for the contributions. I think very interesting views on, there are a lot of technical challenges that we have to deal with. A lot of them to do with logistics, we know, and capital. Interestingly, like was mentioned there by Rashid about a lab, I actually operate one lab here in Kenya, but logistics is a big problem. Again, logistics is a problem. How do you get the sample to, if it was from Rwanda to Nairobi, it might not take a day from your farm to the lab, and then it's no longer useful. So we have to deal with all these things together, use technology as an opportunity to make these things work better and more efficiently. And as you said, work together, especially working together with both the private sector working together, but also the public sector, with all the institutions that have been mentioned, working together to find solutions for this. So thank you very much to my panel. I think we'll just take one photo.
That is yet another panel here at the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect that has just ended, and that panel was on horticulture market insights. One of the issues that has come out, which really has been the theme all morning in all of the panels, has been the issue of infrastructure within the region to enhance trade. The fact that it is cheaper to maybe transport something from the region to the European Union as opposed to one country within the region, from one country to another within the region. And there's been an emphasis rather on the importance of enhancing infrastructure, whether it's by road or by rail, to ensure that there's more connectivity and trade happening. Another issue has been on the issue of standards and testing of produce to ensure that it is meeting the standards of the EU markets. And the suggestion has been to increase the number of labs in the region whether by private sector or through the public sector, which calls for public-private partnerships. Of course, over 2,000 consignments have been intercepted in the EU region from the COMESA region so far, and that is a problem that they want to solve. That is the end of the morning session here at the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect. We take it back to studio for the news of the day. My name is Betty Kiptum.
Kesho uendi kwa Big Mama.
Kuna nyinyi hapa mpaka jioni.
Sawa basi.
Unajua ni customer wangu wa daily. Usiingilie biashara yangu. Sawa?
Daktari!
Nakuja saa hii.
Ni nini?
Daktari harakisha si ukuje. Maskini mtoto wa watu. Akisiku alifanyiwa mambo jamini.
Hakuna mwingine leo nifasi. Ni George Matilda. Oh.
Elijah wewe.
Mlavalala.
Want to enjoy free-to-air digital TV with crystal clear quality? Here's how to get started with Signet. Step 1. If you have a smart TV, you're good to go. Next, connect the aerial to your TV. Now, do an auto search on your TV. Just follow the prompts on the screen. And that's it. You're now tuned in to Signet. Sit back and enjoy a wide range of free-to-air digital channels. For technical inquiries, call the Signet hotline on 0770 572 656.
And of course, all eyes are on the 24th COMESA Summit that is currently happening at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. KICC will be giving you details as and when we get them from our very own reporters who are currently at that particular scene. The morning session has just concluded. If you're just joining us, the sessions will continue until the 9th of this month. My name is Abdiaziz Asham. The sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Baron Abuli. Let's give you the latest here in the country and beyond our borders. Now, Kenyans have been challenged to apply for their national identification cards and hasten the process of collecting them. Speaking during the launch of the Huduma Customer Week service in Nairobi, Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Roku said there was a backlog of vital documents lying uncollected in Huduma centers across the country. He at the same time revealed that the government is keen on increasing Huduma centers from the current 59 to 290 to ensure Kenyans in all constituencies can conveniently access essential government services. The theme of this year's Customer Service Week is Mission Possible. As part of festivities, they will offer mobile services during the week across the counties.
We are calling upon all Kenyans who have applied for IDs and passports and driving licenses and other documents. Please go to your nearest Huduma center where you made your application, correct your ID, correct your driving license, correct your passport. We have so many passports which are uncorrected, so many IDs which are not collected. So this is an appeal which we make again and again to Kenyans to ensure they go to these Huduma centers and correct their IDs. I was just under discussion today with the chairman of the budget in National Assembly so that we can be able to get some allocation in supplementary budget one, which is going to ensure we can equip the Huduma centers which are constructed by members of parliament across different constituencies. But this is a process which will only succeed if the resources needed are made available to us.
Elsewhere, a cholera outbreak in Narok County, Transmara West Sub-County, has left 4 people dead and at least 15 others hospitalized. The County Health Department has now imposed a ban on food hawking in all trading centers as it races to contain the disease. According to health officials, the outbreak was first detected late last month and has since spread across Kilgory Central, Longirian and Shakoe wards. County teams, in collaboration with partners such as the Kenya Red Cross, have begun distributing protective gears and water treatment supplies, as well as conducting door-to-door awareness campaigns to curb further infections. Authorities are urging residents to maintain strict hygiene practices, drink treated water, and use proper sanitation facilities as surveillance is heightened across the county.
Mara mingi tunawaambia watu ukipata ugonjwa wa kolera ni mafi umekula. Hivyo ndio tunasemanga. Kwa sababu source ama kiini cha kupata ugonjwa wa kolera lazima iwe ni watu hawaeki kinyesi mahali inapofaa. Kwa hivyo jambo la kwanza ambalo tunataka kuwasisitizia watu wetu ni utumizi wa vio. Meelezewa na mwofisa wetu hapa kwamba hawking ya chakula ama kutembeza chakula kwa mitaa katika kaunti mzima tunasisitiza kwamba hadi ugonjwa ukue control isimame kwanza hawking kabisa, hata isimame ishe kabisa.
Maji pale nyumbani yachemshwe au tuweke ile inaitwa chlorine tablets ama aqua tabs ama pur. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, kunawa mikono wakati wote baada ya kwenda kujisaidia, baada na kabla ya kupika chakula, baada na kabla ya kula, na kubadilisha watoto zile diapers. Hiyo zote tuhakikishe kwamba tumenawa mikono.
And in other news, the government has reopened the application window for thousands of young Kenyans seeking empowerment under the multi-billion shilling Nyota project. Speaking during a sensitization forum at Kiambu Polytechnic Correctional Services, Principal Secretary Dr. Salome Biako said the initiative targets more than 800,000 vulnerable youth across all counties in what she termed as a transformative step to address unemployment and promote entrepreneurship at the grassroots level.
In Nyandarua County, the project has faced a slow start. During a stakeholder sensitization forum, Principal Secretary for Roads, Engineer Joseph Mbugwa, revealed that the county only achieved a 53% uptake during the first phase, well below the 90% target set for the program.
We need to have more, even more than 90% of our portfolio to apply and be considered. So in terms of, and that's why this portal will be reopened again, so that we can get more people to apply and ensure that we achieve our 1,750 youths to benefit from this project.
Meanwhile, Principal Secretary in the State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, has challenged young people across the country to take advantage of the ongoing Nyota project registration. Speaking at Busenda Secondary School in Matayos constituency, Busia County, Dr. Makoha urged the youth to embrace skills, training and entrepreneurship rather than waiting for white-collar jobs.
We are churning out almost 1 million graduates every day. Opportunities zile zinaweza patikana ni 200,000. Where are the 800,000 going? They should open up their mind na wajue ya kwamba si lazima upate white-collar job.
The new application window opens tonight, October 6th, and will run until October 12th, giving a second chance to those who missed out during the first registration phase earlier this year.
Ukiangalia zile wards ambazo tuko nazo hapa, over 30 wards, na hizi wards zote tutoe watu vijana 70. Hawa ni vijana wengi sana ambao wakipata uhamasisho na wakijienroll wataweza kusaidika. Wao wakisaidika, Busia imesaidika. Busia ikisaidika, nchi nzima imesaidika.
Ben Chumba, Lunchtime News.
And on the political front, former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i has criticized the government's economic empowerment programs, calling them a reflection of misplaced priorities. He argues that funds should instead be directed towards struggling sectors such as healthcare and education. Matiang'i made the remarks during an engagement with residents of Nakuru Town West constituency as he continues to rally support for his presidential ambitions.
Even as questions linger over the unity of the united opposition, one of a political alliance that is seeking to unseat the incumbent President William Ruto in the 2027 elections, Matiang'i has opted for a solo campaign strategy to win over Kenyan voters. In Nakuru Town West, the former minister dismissed fears of a possible split within the opposition.
Kuweka watu pamoja na kupanga watu pamoja inachukua muda. Hata ukianza kujenga nyumba, maboma pale nyumbani. Kuelewana na watu, tuseme sasa mlango utakuwa hapa, dirisha itakuwa hapa. Tutapanga namna hii, kitanda itakuja kuwa hapa. Mwanzo inakuanga namna hiyo. Tunapangana. Na sasa tukipangana namna hii, tutakuwa pamoja kwa sababu tunajua wananchi wa Kenya.
He took aim at his successor in the Interior Ministry, now Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki, criticizing the government's economic empowerment forums.
Our responsibility is to serve these people. We can sing songs and all those things for hours on end. But if these people are not feeling and receiving the services we are supposed to give them, we have not succeeded.
Kahawa ilikuwa inaipwa kila siku. Wakati ulikuwa waziri tukakupatia hiyo mtihani, ukakuta ukapasua yote, ukafukuza wezi wote. Kwa hivyo sisi, mtihani yote ambayo tumekupatia umepita. Sasa tunakupatia mtihani wako wa mwisho. Tunataka Dr. Fred Matiang'i uwe rais wa Kenya.
Kuna viongozi wengine kutoka Kisii wanasema wanachezea huyu Fred wetu. Tumewapatia ilani ya mwisho. We will not allow you.
Matiang'i and his troops also voiced concern over low voter registration turnout, while positioning him as the most viable candidate within the united opposition to take on President Ruto. In the meantime, opposition parties are alleging a plot by the ruling party UDA to rig the Mbeere North by-elections. The Democratic Party and the Devolution Empowerment Party, popularly known as the BAS Party, are alleging a plot to import voters.
We believe Kenya, there is sanity, there is democracy, and anybody planning to steal an election at this time is ill-advised.
Again, I may repeat my famous quote. They have dialed the wrong number. It is the wrong number to dial.
And a section of youth in Kwale have rallied eligible youngsters in the country to enlist as voters, even as they backed Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka's bid for the presidency.
Vijana wajitokeze hasa kwa wingi, wachukue silaha ya kidemokrasia ambayo ni kadi ya kura.
Kupitia uongozi wa Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka atatusaidia sisi vijana, sababu ni kiongozi ambaye anasikiza vijana.
John Jacob Curia, Lunchtime News.
Now, given that our focus is at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, let's head over there and join our colleague, that is Warimo Njenga. Warimo, good afternoon and good to see you. Kindly bring us up to speed on what you have gathered so far at COMESA.
Thank you, Abdiaziz Hashim. As you have rightly put it, we are at KICC. We have been here since morning, and we have been speaking to delegates here who have come from all over the 21 member state countries to talk about digitization. We are looking at leveraging digitization for inclusive and sustainable growth. This is deepening, is also concerning deepening of regional value chains. That's a theme for this 24th meeting, that is COMESA meeting that is happening right here in Kenya. Kenya is the host. This is the third time that Kenya is hosting the 24th summit of, or rather the COMESA summit of heads of state and government. It is the 24th, and of course, Kenyans are excited, delegates are excited to talk about trade facilitation. In the morning, we were talking about COMESA EU Horticulture Connect. that conversation of looking at how we can ensure horticulture producers from the European Union and sellers are here in the country and how they can be able to have a conversation with buyers here in the country, to SMEs as well as women-led organizations, to see how we can learn about the regulations that are needed when it comes to exportation of goods to the European Union. We need to learn the markets, how the European market looks like, so that we can be able as a country and also as 21 member state countries be able to navigate the European market space. But to talk a little bit about that, I am joined by the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA, who is Dr. Dev Haman, to just expound for us what we are looking forward to with these conversations as we kick off day one, and also look at the next 3-4 days. What other areas are we going to look at to ensure that we increase our intra-regional trade? The goal is to ensure that we solve some of these bottlenecks that have hampered trade among the 21 countries. Thank you, Dr. Dev, for joining us this afternoon. As we kick off this conversation, we have been talking about digitization. What is the importance of digitizing trade?
Okay, first of all, let me say a very good afternoon to Kenya and to Kenyan and also to KBC Caroline. And as you see, COMESA in Kenya is 21 COMESA member states. But also we have come here not only with the 21 member states, but with all our COMESA institutions, which are so many of them. Like you said, we selected the theme for this year, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chain, a very important topic. Right now, we just finished a meeting, a workshop of the horticulture farmers and how to improve the competitiveness of the market and how to make sure that our farmers benefit. And one of the suggestions that they have made is about having an internet which is reliable, which is fast, because we are in a business that requires to act very fast. Okay? Now, to get the market of the EU, which is even faster than how we are producing. So digitalization brings a new dimension in how we are trading. Of course, we are accessing markets that are evolving, that are very much advanced, like the European market. We also have other markets which are quite advanced. And digitalization gives us instant information. It gives us what information about where are the suppliers and where are the producers and where are the people who are interested in our products and what are the prices that are available. We are a continent that is based to a very large extent on agricultural products. Digitalization will change the way we do farming, the way we export our goods among ourselves in Africa and also in other markets. At the end of the day, what do we want? We want to increase the standard of living of our people. COMESA is a facilitator. We have our institutions that are here that provide all sorts of assistance. And we have come today in Kenya, in Nairobi in particular, and to talk not only to the Kenyan, but also to the regional farmers so that they can exchange. They have the best sharing of practices and they speak directly to those who are buying the products. Of course, we know that the open market is not an easy market. It keeps changing. New laws, new regulation, new standards keeps coming. But what we need is we need to keep preparing ourselves. And the only way that we can keep ourselves updated is through digitalization. There is no way that we can afford to remain updated instantly without the use of digitalization. So information instantly, simplifying our producers, for example, the certification process that takes long. But if we use digitalization, certification can become maybe a matter of hours instead of a matter of days and weeks. Making sure that our goods flow and track where are our goods, whether the goods are still within Kenya or the goods have gone to the next capital, and if it has gone to the next capital, where is it? and where will it go and at what time, so that you can inform your buyer.
Okay.
So,
now, even as we speak about digitization and digitizing trade, looking back 30 years, what would you say are the biggest achievements and also the most persistent challenges, even as we digitize trade?
okay, as you know that COMESA is a trading bloc, our primary aim is to make sure that there is a seamless flow of goods, services, people, and capital. And that is what our primary objective is, that to have the seamless. So in terms of trade, we have really brought together 16 member states to trade freely. We do have some member states that are still going to working on joining COMESA, but 16 member states have joined, and they are trading among themselves freely. And the latest figure that we have got is 14 billion of trade between and among them. And the potential to make it 100 billion is there. And they know that they have that big potential. And that's why now we want that digitalization to help them to modernize the borders, to modernize the transport, to remove the barriers, and to make information flow seamlessly, and the payment system. So all those things are very important. So we have been working so far manually, and we have seen that the growth has not been that big. But now we expect that with digitalization, there is going to be a leapfrog of our GDP.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know, Dr. Dev, time is not on our side, but as we wrap up this conversation, what should we look forward to? What are the key takeaways that delegates, investors, buyers, small, medium enterprises should take away from this?
Okay, for the small SMEs, for the small enterprises, we are here to facilitate all the governments, all the private sectors, to benefit from the market. So we bring to you information that you need, and also to tell you that this information is constantly being provided to you, either by your government or by your ministry or by your private sector. We want to strengthen, we want to empower all those people that are here to provide you, but also to train you. To train you, because training is very important for you to be benefiting from not only the open market, but even within your own market. You should be aware of what is happening next door. How do you take the advantage of the big market of Congo? How do you take the advantage of the big market of Tanzania? How do you take the advantage of Uganda? And as you know very well, Uganda is your principal buyer. So knowing what is happening and leveraging on digitalization, that's what we are bringing the message to you. We are bringing that information is key, training is key. Keep listening to you and take advantage of the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dev. And I know we'll be engaging him more during this whole week. You'll be with us the whole of this week, and we'll be having conversations about digitizing trade. And as you've had the potential, already 16 member countries are trading freely, yeah? And you can hear the potential is about $100 billion. That's a huge potential. And of course, this is a platform to ensure that we leverage on digitization to ensure that we grow at our intra-Africa trade. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much. That is our very own Wari Munjenga just bringing us up to speed on the 24th COMESA Summit. Then an interview with Dr. Dev in terms of what we can expect for the next 3 days or so. If you're just joining us, the first EU COMESA when it comes to horticultural matters was conversed this morning until later in the afternoon, and they'll be coming back to tell us more what is in store for the not only 21 member states of COMESA, but for the whole continent at large, especially in key sectors in boosting trade here in this particular continent. But we'll be informing you in our subsequent bulletins. Continue talking to us on our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1 and at Abdiaziz Hashim 22. More news now. Over 1,500 junior secondary school teachers in Kilifi County are threatening to file a petition in Parliament in the next 2 weeks to push the government for autonomy. Through the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, the junior secondary teachers said that the government should ensure that junior secondary teachers are delinked to ensure they work effectively.
We are kindly urging those concerned to ensure that the GSS autonomy is granted. KUPPET power. Autonomy.
Tutaanza leo hii kuchukua signatures na tutahakikisha kwamba kila mwalimu aliye katika Kilifi County JS atakuwa ametupatia signature yake, na tunaomba kwamba wale walimu wengine ambao wako kwa different counties waungane na sisi tuweze kutoa signature zetu.
Tunahakikisha ule mwanafunzi anaweza kupata ile elimu ambayo anafaa kuipata katika junior school ikiwa iko katika mfumo wa kivyake, ili imfaidi yule mwanafunzi zaidi.
Now, church leaders from the African Christian Church and schools have called for stiffer penalties against perpetrators of gender-based violence, GBV, saying lenient punishments have emboldened offenders and led to the rise of cases of GBV across the country. Speaking during a youth-led anti-GBV walk in Thika Town, the church deputy moderator, Reverend Dr. Joseph Kishuhi, said they are deeply concerned about the increasing incidents of sexual violence targeting young people. Reverend Gishui noted that many youth fall victim to exploitation while in school, or rather completing their studies as they seek employment. He urged them to resist such pressures and uphold moral values guided by integrity.
So that we can unite together, and we are saying hatuta kimya as long as sexual and gender-based violence will be continuing. Tunasema kama kanisa hatuta kimya kamwe, bali inua vinywa zetu na tuseme that we shall no longer allow this one to happen as church.
Tujiepushane na mambo haya ambaye huleta aibu katika taifa, huleta aibu katika nchi, huleta aibu hata kanisani.
The Methodist Church in Kenya, MCK Changamwe Circuit Committee election was marred by controversy as some worshippers protested what they termed as interference and financial mismanagement. The media was barred from observing the election, with 4 armed police officers deployed to man the entry to the church. After the election, the presiding superintendent minister, Reverend Joshua Rikanya, refused to address the media on the outcome of the election. Worshippers have accused some church leaders of imposing leaders on them to control the church revenues rather than serving the church.
Na uchaguzi wenyewe umefanyika kwa mambavu. Viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa siku ya leo ni viongozi ambao wamekuwa tena kwa uongozi, na mmoja wao ambaye amechaguliwa kama chairman wa kanisa ya Changamwe leo amekuwa kwa uongozi miaka 10 iliyopita, kutoka mwaka wa 2010 mpaka mwaka wa 2020. Yeye ndiye alikuwa chairman wa kanisa la Changamwe, ambapo tulikuwa tumelalamikia ya kwamba kanisa halikupata audit report, kanisa halikuweza kupata marisiti ya matumizi ya pesa, na kwa huo muda ndio tumekuwa na malalamishi mengi sana.
Mashuru Sub-County Public Schools and residents in Kajiado County have launched a tree planting exercise and cleanup initiative dubbed Turudi Primo to donate fruit trees in a bid to mitigate adverse climate change effects and conserve the environment. Speaking at the Enoretet Primary School after a cleanup exercise of Sultan Town and tree planting exercise, stakeholders advocated for concerted efforts to better the environment. Locals say sensitization on the importance of tree growing has significantly reduced the charcoal burning menace in the region.
Kwa mara nyingi watu siku hizi wamejaribu sana kutafuta mbinu nyingine mbadala wa kutumia kuni, na kwa hiyo tumewahimiza community yetu waweze kupanda miti, kwa sababu tunajua ya kwamba miti yana faida mengi katika jamii, pia yanasaidia katika hali ya kulisha mifugo yetu, sana sana wakati wa kiangazi kama huu.
Mara mingi hatuzingatii kuangalia, tunafuata ng'ombe, tunahama kutoka pale na kufuata pale. Wakati huu si ati hatuzingatii, ni kwa sababu ya vile maisha iko. Mara hamna maji, mara kuna ukavu, lakini tujaribu miti hii ambayo tumepanda leo Isikue kwamba mtoto wenu amerudi nyumbani, ameleta miti, amekuja kuambia tuamke, alafu mutadilet down.
Now, Kiambu National Polytechnic Chief Principal Sami Waititu says Kenya has a lot to gain if technical and vocational education and training is scaled up. Waititu said students who have undertaken TVET training have been able to demonstrate immense skills which can be cure for youth unemployment in the country. He cited TVET students who showcased their talent, creativity, innovation and skills during the Kenya Association of Technical Institutions Nairobi Region Fair, saying such forums aim to demonstrate to the country the kind of hands-on learning being conducted by technical institutions in building a skilled labor force.
One, we tell the world why we are, the reason why we are here as a national polytechnic. Then we expose our students to the various organizations that may be interested in participating in commercializing of those activities or those innovations, and that is actually our main goal. When we showcase, we get our institution to be known. So we improve on the visibility, but not just of Kiambu National Polytechnic. The world gets to know what TVET in Kenya is doing.
Machakos Deputy Governor Francis Mwangangi has raised concerns over what he terms as a neglect of health and education sectors by the national government, saying the two critical sectors are on the verge of collapse due to poor funding. Speaking in Matungulu Sub-County, Mwangangi lamented that students in public universities remain out of class due to the ongoing lecturers' strike, while hospitals continue to struggle offering services because of delayed Social Health Authority remittances. The Deputy Governor criticized leaders for engaging in politics instead of addressing the growing crisis in the two sectors.
In many counties, unaenda unatibiwa, including in our own county, unaambiwa wewe lipa SHA, enda utibiwe. Ukitibiwa umeenda. Ukienda ukikuja kuuliza kulipwa ile fedha, unaona mahospitali mengi in our republic they are collapsing. Why? We are not being paid for what the services being offered. So unapata area moja inasemekana inafanyika kwa sababu mgonjwa anaweza enda atibiwe, lakini hiyo hospitali it is not being compensated the way it should. How do you claim you are working when students' education sector is almost collapsing? I'm wondering, suppose Catholic Church and other churches did not invest in education, where would this country be today? We pray that some of these things do not happen because they hurt us, they hurt the citizens we are seeking to lead.
Local leaders and provisional administrators have warned school principals against selling food meant for learners. The warning came during an event in which well-wishers donated food to schools through the Child Welfare Society of Kenya in Samburu County in a bid to keep learners from poor backgrounds to school. At the same time, Samburu Deputy County Commissioner Titus Momanyi and Samburu West Member of Parliament Naisula Lesuda expressed concerns over the increasing cases of gender-based violence in the county.
Najua DCI uko headquarters muko na capacity. Kwani mnashikanga politicians kila mahali, mnasumbua watu because of politics? Today huyo mtu ambaye huyo mama kesho, I think mazishi ni kesho, anazika watoto wawili. Please find that guy vile mnatufindingi politicians. Kazi yenu si politics kila saa. Find that guy. Nataka pia kusema mambo ya rape cases, mambo hata ya watu kuchapa wa mama hapa kwa constituency yangu. You do it, there will be consequences.
We are doing everything possible to ensure that we sensitize the community against their cultural practice, to embrace the latest changes and uphold the rule of law and the constitution. Anybody we found committing such offense, we shall deal with firmly in accordance with the law.
Now, at just 19 years old, a young artist from Thika is painting his way into a brighter future. Victor Mudhambure is proving that art is not just a pastime but a pathway to both self-reliance and a promising future. Armed with brushes, a colorful paints and a determination, he has turned what began as a childhood hobby into a promising source of income and financial independence. Doreen Arange has details on how he is using his talent to turn his dreams into a reality.
In the heart of Majengo Estate, Thika, Kiambu County, 19-year-old Victor Mudhambure spends his days turning blank canvases into vivid reflections of Kenya's beauty and culture. Victor says his journey began back in class 5, inspired by a classmate who sketched cartoons.
Ona rafiki yangu akichora katuni hadi mimi nikaanza kuchora katuni juu ilikuwa inanifurahisha. Sasa niliendelea hivyo nikiendelea nikichoranga na yeye mzazi wangu alikuwa ananisupporti, alafu nikapata moral nikaendelea kuchora hadi sasa hivi nimefika na nimepata ujuzi na chora picha zinazopendeza na watu wanazinunua.
Nature is his biggest muse. From flowing rivers and thick forests to Kenya's majestic wildlife. Each stroke, he says, tells a story of home.
Mara mingi huwa nachora picha tofauti tofauti kama miti, milima, mito kuonyeshana urembo wa nchi ama wanyama wa porini kuonyeshana utajiri wa nchi.
As a first-year student of fine arts, this is how he balances school and his passion.
Na balance uchoraji na masomo ni kila siku nikiamka nachukua saa 1:30 ya kusketch picha nafaa kusketch kwa hiyo siku, alafu baadaye naenda shule, nashinda shule, nikitoka hapo saa 11 nachukua saa 1:30 ya kufanya revision na ile maswali tumeshapewa shule, alafu nachukua saa ingine 1:30 ya kuchora picha ile siku malizia asubuhi.
Depending on complexity, a single painting can take him up to 3 days, but the efforts pay off.
Hii kazi huwa naifurahia juu kwa mwezi naweza uza picha 2 ama 3 na hiyo ni kitu kama 25,000. So kwa hizo 25,000 natumia kununua materials, kusaidia mzazi masaa zingine kulipa fees, alafu pia pocket money.
Still, the journey hasn't been without challenges.
Sometimes naweza chorea mtu picha vizuri, alafu nimpelekee akose kunilipa ama nilipe nusu. Unaona materials ni bei ghali, so inaniletea hasara. Mahali ninapouzia picha zangu hapa kwa barabara, unaweza pata vumbi ni mingi, so inafanya picha hadi ziharibike. Alafu unaweza ghafla kunaweza nyesha, picha zianze kumwagikiwa, zingine ziharibike. So before hadi nizichukue kadhaa zimeharibika, sasa inaniletea hasara, lakini nang'ang'ana tu juu kazi naipenda.
Despite the challenges, he remains hopeful in accomplishing his dream of opening an art gallery.
Ndoto yangu kubwa niko nayo ni kukuwa na art gallery yangu, mahali naweza uza picha zangu kwa urahisi, alafu pia nikuwe nikiuza picha zangu nje ya nchi kama France, Germany, Switzerland. Pia niajiri na kumenta wachoraji wengine ili waweze kujisaidia maishani.
His customers have this to say.
Na huwa nanunua picha zangu hapa kwa sababu zinapendeza. Napenda picha za wanyama, nature, misitu. Hata nikizihang kwa nyumba yangu inakuwa smart.
I normally like purchasing my pictures from Mudhambure. His style of drawing is very unique. You find the mixing of the colors very okay. They bring the portrait as you intended. And you like normally having the pictures because that's the style normally very different from others.
From roadside displays to growing recognition, Victor's story is one of resilience, creativity, and vision. A testament that with discipline and support, Kenya's youth can truly turn talent into triumph. Doreen Arange for Sunday Express.
And thank you, Doreen, for that particular story. And indeed, those brush strokes from that young man is earning him a living. And of course, you don't have to wait to be employed. You can at least make a living through other means, especially through a various initiative that the government has instituted, including the Nyota program that is being launched countrywide. Now, to other news now, Kenya is in talks with 5 key horticulture markets to reduce tariffs on Kenyan goods. Trade Cabinet Secretary Lee Kinyanjui says Kenyan goods are subjected to higher tariffs after the country was elevated to a middle-income nation, making goods less price competitive in key markets.
Horticulture exports decreased by 20 billion shillings in 2024 after Kenya shipped produce worth 137 billion shillings. The decline was attributed to a stronger shilling and stiff competition. Trade Cabinet Secretary Lee Kinyanjui says Kenya is in talks with 5 key markets, including China, to reduce tariffs on Kenyan goods.
Kenya being a mid-level country is a decision we made a few years back, which also had implications. And the implication is that our entry into certain markets attracts taxes that are not there for the LDCs. So what we are doing currently is to negotiate with specific countries, like in the case of China, for example, so that we have a bilateral that allows us to enjoy the same benefits. So that can be remedied at the bilateral level on a country-to-country conversation, and that has already started. But also it's good to appreciate that Kenya also has the cost structure of our product is much different. So I think there are many other advantages just beyond the levies and the taxes that we are charged as we get into those markets.
To reduce reliance on European, Asian, and American markets, the common market for Eastern and Southern African member states are being challenged to explore ways of boosting trade among themselves to create more market and protect the bloc from the current global trade wars.
To please somebody in the European Union with a bunch of flowers, it should be possible. To please somebody within the COMESA region with a bunch of flowers. After all, Valentine is Valentine, you know.
COMESA member states are keen on enhancing collaboration in phytosanitary training to minimize training costs and improve quality of horticulture produce.
COMESA's mandate, as enshrined in our treaty, places market access and trade facilitation at the heart of regional integration. Our current medium-term strategic plan for the period 2021 to 2025 prioritizes deepening regional markets, enhancing competitiveness, and promoting inclusive, sustainable economic growth.
They were speaking in Nairobi during the ongoing 24th COMESA Summit. Benson Rioba reporting for Lunchtime News.
Over 300 youth and micro, small and medium-sized enterprises operators drawn from Bomet County have been trained on how to identify and tap business opportunities under the various ongoing government initiatives. The training was organized by 20 ex-entrepreneur whose CEO, Eunice Mburu, tipped them on how to access affordable credit under government initiatives such as Hustler Fund, Wezo Fund and Women Youth Enterprise Funds to tap opportunities under the Affordable Housing and Nyota program.
All governments, they move money from one place to another. So the work of a micro enterprise is to understand where is money going? How will I benefit?
Sasa nimeijua naweza pata mahali pa kukopa pesa kwa sana hizi mabengi ama kwa Hustler Fund ina global pole.
Micro businesses are the ones who can spur the economy of Kenya because there's so many. We have over 7 million micro enterprises. Majority of them are not even registered. And do they have records? Can they set goals? Where are they at? Where do they want to go?
Airtel Kenya, in collaboration with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and the Ministry of Education, has zero-rated access to the Kenya Education Cloud and Elimika platforms, ensuring teachers and learners easily access curriculum-aligned content and professional development resources. Now, the move seeks to make digital access sustainable by removing data barriers, empowering teachers and preparing learners to thrive in a technology-driven economy. Through the program, at least 141 public primary schools will be supported through government-issued tablets with up to 300 gigabytes of data every month to facilitate online learning. The initiative is part of Airtel's effort to expand access to technology and accelerate digital learning across Africa. Now, in other news, limited access to mentorship, digital skills, professional networks and localized opportunities are among factors holding women from achieving their full business potential. To tackle this, Bright Monday and MasterCard Foundation has launched the Genkazi program seeking to enhance workforce development and entrepreneurial ecosystem among 217,000 young women within the next 18 months. The initiative seeks to empower undeserved and marginalized groups with business skills, employability, training and county-led mentorship with the tools and networks.
We're here to enhance the employability skills and the entrepreneurship skills, all in the aim of providing and placing them in dignified and fulfilling work. So soft skills is all about, are they aware about communication? Are they able to express themselves well? Are they able to collaborate with team through teamwork? Are they tapping into emotional intelligence?
We've learned a lot on how to start up businesses or on how to do side hustles so that we may cater for our needs.
I've been able to see women in the political space. They've talked about their challenges, how they've grown and who they are right now, and that has inspired me so much to be a better me, to be a better woman in the society, and to also work hard and to put away the gender stereotyping.
Representatives Morocco, South Africa and Nigeria will play in the last 16 of the FIFA Under-20 World Cup ongoing in Chile. South Africa will play Colombia after beating USA 2-1 in the final group game last night, while Nigeria will meet Argentina after being held to a 1-1 draw by Colombia in their third and final group game earlier today morning.
Two matches of the group phase of the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile. Nigeria continue their quest to make the last 16 against Colombia, whose place in the next round is already assured. Gonzalez looking menacing again. Villarreal touched off wonderfully and in. Kene Gonzalez has finally come to the party for Colombia. On towards Salihu. Chance here, Maigana! Oh, they've hit the frame of the goal again! 3 times now in one game. Clear of Mosquera. Oh, and then in front of him to bury the header. Oh! My word! Already a star in his homeland.
Kianyaga Football Club has secured their spot in the finals of this year's edition of the Minji Minji Cup after nail-biting penalty shootout win over Kiburi FC. The match played at the parked Moab GK Prisons grounds ended in a 1-1 draw during regulation time, setting the stage for a tense penalty shootout. And now, of course, that concludes our stories that we had compiled for you, especially for KBC's lunchtime news. We're still keeping a close eye on the 24th COMESA Summit that is currently happening at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Also, when it comes to sports, it is the International Break Week. Of course, there are no leagues this week. You'll be seeing teams across the world, of course, playing friendlies and competing for the qualifiers ahead of the 2026 World Cup. And, of course, that will continue to happen across various parts of the continent, and do stay tuned, and of course especially on our YouTube channel as well as our X account at KBC Channel 1. We'll be updating you on those results. That concludes our bulletin. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim and the sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Anna Ongeshi. Good afternoon for now.
was dubbed a 2000s Kenyan music experience. Culture it was, and it was all about music that hit the right spot back in the days.
The one and only Checkmate Mido blessed us with a 2 hours live performance of his brand new album dubbed Hua.
New dawn, new life. I'm talking about Concours d'Elegance. Yes, this is the biggest East African motor show.
So wanasinach everybody carrying bag left, right and center. Kwani niliweka wapi?
Hey! Ilikuwa ni kama ilikuwa na pesa.
Pesa unachua lazima ibunikwe. Hapa kwako kuna wezi.
Ati?
Nimeivata.
Si paper bag.
Kwani ndivu lenzi ya paper bag na bag ni jau?
Wewe. Hebu toa hiyo bag.
Mama Kaya, uko na panga?
Panga ya nini tena unjiri?
Uweke bag. Uweke hakuna mahali unaenda. Hakuna. Wewe unataka wachana mimi bwana.
Ni nini inaendelea?
Niole matope.
We are talking about a vehicle ownership. To many women, owning a car is all about convenience, safety, independence.
I think for me, car ownership is such a huge milestone because it is what we call, for most ladies, a big girl purchase. You've been working, you've put in effort, and finally you're committing to something that adds value to you as a woman in terms of independence.
When you are dealing with a lady coming to buy a car and a man coming to buy a car, they are quite distinct. Now you wonder, what was she looking for?
Because she's looking for affordable and she's looking for something that is easy to maintain.
Yes. Now when you take her to that position, she comes out of it immediately and say, no, this is too small.
There are no limits to what we can achieve except those we place on our own thinking. So the moment you think it, you can have it.
My name is Marita Davison. I'm an environmental biologist with a master's degree from Cornell University. Today we're focusing on the exploration of space and examining the question of what else is out there.
And we have liftoff.
There's a phrase used a lot by scientists involved in this kind of research called life as we know it. For many of us, we associate life with things that are vibrant and growing. We draw on our own experiences with what life is. It's interesting when you talk with people who are forced to take those assumptions about life and throw them away and essentially start from scratch, asking new questions and coming up with new definitions.
Powering the future. Confronting the world's challenges with cutting-edge solutions. Medical breakthroughs, and high-tech discoveries. These are the stories of our planet. This is VOA Tech.
Since the 1930s, the researchers and scientists at Jet Propulsion Labs in Pasadena, California, have been thinking about ways to explore our universe. And since the 1950s, they've been sending up spacecraft to do just that. With success comes notoriety. JPL has found a niche in the public's imagination with its missions to Mars. The idea of something created on Earth, traveling millions of miles through space, landing on a planet, and then sending us pictures of what it's doing, strikes at the heart of what inspires us. And it's that visual experience that has proven so important. Most of us can trace our interest in space to seeing it.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
To watching an indelible moment shown on television. It's no different for the men and women working at JPL.
When I was probably 8 or 9 in the late 60s, that's when they were sending astronauts out to the moon. And so we would roll the television into the classroom on the cart, and the teacher would turn it on, and the black and white film of the Apollo astronauts standing on the moon. I was actually super excited by them landing in the ocean. I thought that was the coolest thing ever, to watch a capsule land in the ocean, and then to see the frogmen jump out of the helicopters. So that, I think, was kind of my first interest in the space program, was sort of those early elementary school years.
Susie Dodd has spent her entire professional career at JPL. She has held several different titles, but has always had a hand in the grandfather of all JPL missions, Voyager.
When I first started at JPL, I actually started on the Voyager project. I came in before the Uranus encounter in 1985. I am currently now the Voyager project manager, which is just super exciting to have the very first job in your career on a mission just as the junior engineer. And now it's 33 years later, 34 years later, I'm the project manager of Voyager. You know, it's an incredible mission. It's lasted now into its 41st year.
The identical Voyager spacecraft each weighed just over 1,700 pounds and carried 230 pounds of scientific instruments. It's the 1970s, remember, so their flight data system was a single 8-track digital tape recorder. Both spacecraft also carried a 12-inch golden phonograph record containing pictures and sounds of Earth, you know, just in case.
Voyager are 2 spacecrafts, and the original mission for Voyager was a 4-year mission launched in 1977 to go to Jupiter and to Saturn, with 2 spacecrafts so that hopefully one would work.
As it turned out, the decision to launch the Voyager rockets in 1977 wasn't happenstance. In fact, it was a once-in-a-century opportunity.
1977 is a critical year because that's the year when all the outer planets are basically aligned on the same side, closest to us and on the same side of the sun. So you can go reach all of them in the shortest distance. And that only happens about once every 176 years. You know, before 1977, the last time that happened is when Thomas Jefferson was president of the United States.
So it was a very calculated effort there.
So we took advantage of that alignment of the planets to have a mission that went to Jupiter and Saturn, and then, if successful, to continue on to Uranus and Neptune. And it turned out that both Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were successful in their data taking and their scientific objectives at Jupiter and Saturn. And so Voyager 2 carried on to Uranus and carried on to Neptune in the late 80s. Voyager 1 was put on a trajectory such that it would get close to Saturn's moon Titan.
For all the wonders of science and technology, they are fields usually marked by incremental advancements. Voyager's beauty is that it gave the world surprise moments in a discipline where few exist.
And so I've seen some of the images that were generated from Voyager. Tell me a bit more about, you know, what specifically were you interested in capturing?
You know, certainly some of the highlights included seeing active volcanoes on Io, which is a moon of Jupiter. Nobody had ever seen active volcanoes anywhere but our own Earth before. You can think about the magnificent ring system that's at Saturn. Just truly gorgeous. What we learned there about how the rings keep their shape, how they interact with each other, really a surprise. Now, Uranus and Neptune each had their own surprises as well.
Those surprises were on full display when JPL allowed cameras onto its campus in 1989 to let the public watch images of Voyager 2's flyby of Neptune come in at the same time as the scientists charged with studying them. And 41 years after it launched, using technology and engineering and computer software from the 1970s, Voyager is still going to a new frontier.
So for a 4-year mission, it was able to get 2 more planets, both Uranus and Neptune, and then continue on since 1990 in what we call the Voyager Interstellar mission, which was this search to reach the heliopause, which is where the edge of the sun's effects stop, you know, where you no longer feel solar flares, you no longer are in the charged particle atmosphere of the sun. Voyager 1 crossed the heliopause in August of 2012, and Voyager 2 just crossed here in December of 2018.
In other words, both Voyager spacecraft have left what we think of as our solar system.
So what was that moment like when you realized this is what happened? I mean, this is a historic moment. Nothing had ever reached that far before, right?
The suspense was built up over 3 or 4 months. We started to see an increase in particles coming from interstellar space. At the same time, we started to see a decrease of particles coming from the sun, and they pretty much aligned. But every once in a while, there'd be a blip, you know, and they'd go back to where they were, but then it would change, then it would go increase again, and then a little dip, and then a blip, and then finally they just went boom, and out. Watching that just had the suspense growing, you know, are we seeing it? Are we close? Are we there? And when it finally crossed, it was great. It's like, we're there, you know.
Wow.
This Voyager project, this Voyager spacecraft, you know, something that's built on early 70s, 1972 technology, has made it into interstellar space.
I mean, communication at that scale is something almost impossible to wrap your head around. I mean, how does one wrap their head around how you can communicate with something that is 13 billion miles away and counting?
Well, it is hard to think about. If you assume that Voyager, which is actually true, it transmits at about 23 watts. That's, you know, kind of the same as your refrigerator light bulb. By the time that signal gets to the Earth, it's on the order of 10 to the minus 21 watts of power that the antennas are receiving. So what's really important is actually have all these antennas on the Earth that can catch that signal, and to have the technology to be able to array those antennas together to squeeze that signal out of it.
The antennas, capable of receiving a signal less than what's required to power a refrigerator light bulb, is called the Deep Space Network.
So tell me about the Deep Space Network. What is it, and what is it hoping to accomplish?
Well, so the Deep Space Network is a group of large antennas that we use to track exactly what we call deep space missions. So these are missions that are out at the moon or beyond the moon, basically. They're located in 3 locations around the world. There's a set just outside of Madrid, Spain, out by Barstow and what we call Goldstone, California, so halfway between Pasadena and Vegas, out there in the Mojave Desert. And there's a set in outside of Canberra, Australia. And they're in those locations because they're equidistant around the Earth. So if your spacecraft is way out there, say at Jupiter or Saturn, or even in interstellar space, the way Voyager is, as the Earth rotates around, one of those antennas is always in view of the spacecraft.
And how far out can they receive signals from?
They can receive signals basically to nearly infinity. Voyager 1 in particular is the furthest spacecraft from us. It's 13.8 billion miles from Earth today. It travels at a speed slightly over 35,000 miles per hour, and it's just on its way out. There's nothing that's gonna stop it. We'll be able to track it definitely for as long as its lifetime. Voyager is operated by a nuclear power source, plutonium-238, and so it loses 4 watts of power a year. And in another 5 years, we really won't have enough power to operate anymore and operate the transmitter on Voyager.
Now, how long does it take for a signal to reach you?
So a signal from Earth to the spacecraft takes 20 hours, and then it takes 20 more hours for the spacecraft to respond back to us and say that it got the signal. I always like to characterize it. If I walk into my office Monday morning and I say, "Hi, Voyager 1, how are you doing?" I'll hear back sometime late Tuesday afternoon, you know, maybe Tuesday evening, that it's doing okay. So you know, with that kind of a mission, the spacecraft has to be very self-sustaining.
The Deep Space Network is not just communicating with the Voyager spacecraft. Any mission outside of the moon's orbit uses the DSN to download data and receive instructions. Its presence is crucial to current missions, but also a necessity for the future exploration of deep space.
So when you think about this succession of, you know, the previous projects beget the next, and you know, just that progression in the way things are done, what's next here at JPL?
You've whet your appetite by doing a flyby, so now you want to have an orbiter. And so for Jupiter, Galileo was what I would call the child of Voyager, right? It was the orbiter. that went in and went around and studied the planet as well as some of the moons. And now we're working on the grandchildren. We're working on a new mission called Europa, which is going to orbit around the moon of Jupiter, Europa. And so each successful mission spawns the next mission. You know, the scientists say, wow, that piece of data really looked interesting, or that atmosphere of Jupiter really looked interesting. Let's have a specific mission to look at the atmosphere. Or let's have a specific mission to look at Europa. And one of the reasons they want to look at Europa is they feel that Europa has a icy crust to it. And they think that underneath that icy crust, there may be some possible signs of life. And so that's what they're really looking for in studying with the Europa mission.
It's no great surprise that Cynthia Phillips, lead scientist for the study of Europa, also became interested in science by watching a space mission on TV.
When I was in high school, the Voyager 2 spacecraft flew past Neptune. And so, being a persuasive kid, I managed to persuade my parents to let me stay up all night and watch this live feed they had on PBS. And so as the pictures came down from the Voyager spacecraft, the only way that the scientists could see them was if they were physically here at JPL. And so all of the scientists, including Carl Sagan, who of course was my idol, as you know, as well as most people in my generation.
Many, yes.
So there he was in the control room, and he was watching these pictures come down. Him and other really eminent scientists of the day. They're watching these pictures. They're the first humans to set eyes on these worlds far out in orbit around Neptune.
What might be a surprise is one of the Voyager team members who inspired Cynthia that night some 30 years ago.
Good morning, and welcome to the 6 a.m. edition of Voyager Update. I'm your host, Suzanne Dodd. At 6 o'clock a.m. Pacific Daylight Time today, Voyager is 576,000 kilometers, or 356,000 miles, above the swirling cloud tops of Neptune and traveling away from that distant planet now.
There are not many pictures of Europa. It's not even a planet, but it does have something that captures the imagination. And when it comes to space exploration, that carries a lot of weight.
I think that Europa is the best place to look for life beyond the Earth.
Although not often spoken aloud, if there is an underlying motive to JPL's research, and its missions, and its launches, and the exploration, and all the work that goes into all of the above, it might be that there could be something else out there. The theory of life on Europa starts with its age.
Europa is a small moon of Jupiter. It's about the same size as Earth's moon. But what's really cool about Europa is that instead of being an old, cratered, battered body like our own moon, Europa is young. It's geologically has a very young surface. Its surface is covered with ice rather than rock. And instead of being covered with craters, instead what we see on it are cracks and ridges and broken up areas. And so that tells us something's got to be going on there.
The theory then moves to the conditions scientists look for when looking for life.
There's a layer of frozen ice at the surface, but under that frozen ice shell, there's a layer of liquid water, and that water ocean actually has more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. And I think that because it has all of the ingredients for life. So when we're looking for life, we're really looking for life as we know it. And so that's life that's based on liquid water. It's based on the right combination of chemical elements. So these are things like carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur. So these are kind of the building blocks of life. Again, life on Earth.
Right.
And then we also need an energy source. So something that can cause chemical reactions to happen. It would be really boring if all you had was liquid water and you had some chemicals, but nothing's going on, nothing's happening. And so we think that Europa actually has all three of those requirements for life. It has this huge liquid ocean. It has the right chemical elements. We're pretty sure of that just based on our models of how Europa formed, plus the composition that we see at the surface. And we think it has an energy source as well. And that's what makes Europa so exciting.
What is the energy source?
Just like at the bottom of Earth's oceans, there we have things called hydrothermal systems. So we have vents where hot material from Earth's interior can come up at the bottom of Earth's ocean and it can heat the water. The hot water can circulate through the crust and it can get heated. And those hydrothermal systems, those deep sea vents, are some of the places where you find the most life at the bottom of Earth's oceans. Those same systems could exist at the bottom of Europa's ocean. And so that could be a huge energy source for life.
The importance of Europa established, JPL next set out to develop a mission to study it further.
The Europa Clipper mission was developed to basically be that next look at Europa. And what's really cool about it is that one of the big problems with studying Europa, again, is that radiation. And so the problem is that if you orbit Europa, you're getting fried by radiation. And the radiation comes from charged particles that are basically accelerated by Jupiter's magnetic field. So those charged particles come in, they just come screaming in, and they just destroy anything that's near Europa.
So it's radiation that's coming from Jupiter that could destroy the spacecraft.
Yeah, and so if you're in orbit around Europa, you can only survive for about a month. So think about it, you're spending 20 years to develop a mission, it's very expensive, and you only live for a month. That's always been kind of the sticking point. And so fortunately, those, the brilliant engineers here at JPL, again, they came up with this really great idea, which is basically you orbit Jupiter, but you have these multiple close flybys of Europa. And so it's kind of like you get ready, you come screaming in past Europa, you sort of hold your breath, then you point all your instruments at Europa, you take all your pictures as fast as you can as you come in around Europa, and then you get out away from it as quickly as you can. You gotta take a deep breath. And then you can play back all of your data and then get ready for the next encounter.
Just as on Mars, the point of an orbiter is to lay the groundwork for the next logical mission, a lander.
So take me from the Clipper mission, which is in progress and hopefully going to happen before long, to I know you've got a project that's just in the concepting phase, the Europa lander.
To really look for life on Europa, to really look for what we call biosignatures, signs of life, you need to land. You need to touch that surface. And so the next mission, the next step after this analysis from orbit from Europa Clipper is to land on the surface. And so I've been working on a mission concept called Europa Lander. And so what Europa Lander would do is land on the surface of Europa. And so the top level science goal for Europa Lander is to look for biosignatures on Europa. So you go from habitability, which is what Europa Clipper does, to biosignatures. And so the Europa Clipper mission, it would be so exciting because that would be the first time that you could really visualize what it would be like to stand on the surface of Europa. All of our pictures that we have from Mars, all of our pictures from orbit are amazing. But when you think of Mars, you probably think of what Mars looks like from the surface, from those rovers that have been driving around, right? But we don't have any sense of what it would be like to land on Europa, to land on one of these icy worlds from the outer solar system. And that's what Europa Lander would do. By landing on the surface, we get that perspective. But more importantly, you also can directly look for life. And so what the Europa Lander mission would do is it would land on the surface, it would have a robotic arm, and the arm would be able to dig or drill or saw down under the icy surface. So the surface of Europa is bathed in this radiation. If any signs of life made it to the surface, they're just gonna get destroyed by the radiation and we'd never be able to find them. But if we can get down 10 centimeters, that's only a couple inches below the surface, ice is actually a really good radiation shield. And so it turns out that 10 centimeters is kind of your minimum depth. If you can get down at least 10 centimeters and sample from the bottom of this trench that you make, scoop it up, bring it on board your spacecraft, then you can run it through even more sensitive and detailed chemical analysis instruments to look for what's in that material, to look for carbon compounds, to look for other interesting complex organics perhaps, and then send that data back to Earth. And then meanwhile, you're taking lots of pictures with your camera, of course.
As plans are being made for Europa, and as Voyager speeds out of our solar system, what is the next frontier for the exploration of our universe? One potential clue came courtesy of a JPL satellite called Spitzer.
Spitzer is a space telescope that measures light in infrared wavelengths. So infrared wavelengths are wavelengths that basically are heat. One of the great things about Spitzer is it's been able to look at exoplanets. Now, exoplanets are planets that are around other star systems, and it can detect exoplanets by watching the signal from a star dim as the exoplanet goes in front of it. TRAPPIST-1 is an exoplanet system that the Spitzer Space Telescope spent a lot of time looking at. So the result is that Spitzer found 7 different planets around this one star, and that's what they call the TRAPPIST system. And each planet is slightly different. You've got the ones that are close to the sun, and you've got the ones that are far away from that sun. And what exoplanet scientists are really interested in is what's called the habitable zone or the Goldilocks zone.
The just right zone.
The just right zone, which would match what we have here on Earth. You know, the energy, the distance from the star, and the energy that's received at a similar orbit as the Earth is in. In other words, could we find a planet that could harbor life in another system? And I think it's pretty mind-blowing to think about it, because then now you're talking about looking for things like we're not alone. Okay, we are not the only planet that can have life on it.
It's really amazing when you think about it that way. I mean, what's struck me in all of the conversations I've had today here at JPL is that you guys are talking about this like it's, you know, you're having coffee on a Tuesday morning. Personally for you, what is that like, you know, to realize that you are working on something in your day-to-day that is so beyond what most of us will ever really be able to comprehend?
Well, I think it really takes it to heart that we're blessed for what we get to do here. Still, one of my fondest memories is working on the Neptune encounter and seeing an image of Neptune, a full-screen image of Neptune that I was able to be involved with designing. 3 or 4 years later, it's in my kid's science book. I mean, how cool is that, to say, I designed that picture. You know, I was involved with a project that took that picture, and now my kids are learning about it in their elementary school science book.
It's been said that when it comes to space exploration, there are many beginnings but few endings. One spacecraft leads so that others may follow, just as one generation of scientists makes their mark and then gives way to the next, each contributing what they can to the unending arc of discovery.
I'm a grown-up. I want to handle things my own way.
Well, doing drugs is on another level.
Kuna siku moja ambayo nitaamka na itafufuka.
Na pia jenje ikiwa kila mtu alikuwa nyumbani.
I have this great idea, which I feel like it will work out.
Idea nini tena?
I was thinking we all move into this house and then we rent the other house.
Sometimes nyamazanga, kazi ingine ya mdomo ni kunyamaza.
Aina wewe unashinanga tu na hiyo mood. Kwa sawa?
The world of governance is vast and can be alien to the ordinary man on the street.
Critical issues are going to be discussed.
From white papers to policy positions, it is easier to get lost in the labyrinth of words.
Inside Government takes you to key global metropolis where critical decisions are made and where policies are crafted.
We interview policymakers and senior government officials to highlight and enumerate government policies and projects. We take a deep dive into the underbelly of complex red tape to demystify policies across the country, across the world. Join me, O'Brien Kimani, on Inside Government, only on KBC Channel 1.
Want to enjoy free-to-air digital TV with crystal clear quality? Here's how to get started with Signet. Step 1. If you have a smart TV, you're good to go. Next, connect the aerial to your TV. Now, do an auto search on your TV. Just follow the prompts on the screen. And that's it. You're now tuned in to Signet. Sit back and enjoy a wide range of free-to-air digital channels. For technical inquiries, call the Signet hotline on 0770 572 656.
Hey, you are going to me making it. Hey, you are going